successfully managed to avoid any spoilers for this show. So no spoilers, please. We're not after spoilers. I genuinely do not know what's going to go down. I've sort of stayed off X throughout the week, not necessarily on purpose, but I've just had quite a few things that I've needed to just be dealing with. Let me move this over here. So it's been like my dad's birthday and things like that. So there's just been a few bits and bobs that's just kind of kept me occupied this week. So I've not been onto social media. I've not been onto X too much. So I've been able to avoid spoilers, which I'm thrilled about. So let's try and keep it that way. Let's have a look at a breakdown, and we'll see where we are with this week's show. Don't forget, we are going to be back tomorrow, later, if you will, with our Night of Champions watch-along. I've got the stream ready, set up. It's just not visible yet. I'll sort that when SmackDown's done. But yeah, we're going to be live with that. It starts early tomorrow. It starts really early tomorrow. So the show itself starts at 1 Eastern, which is going to be 6 p.m. UK time. And actually, I believe there's a 2-hour countdown show. So obviously we're here for that as well. And then we always like to start a few hours before that as well, so that we can kind of chat and catch up with, you know, what people want to talk about. So I think I'm looking to start around about 2 p.m. UK time, which I think is about 9. It's 9 a.m. Eastern. So 9 a.m. Eastern, I will be live. I don't expect all of you to be awake, but we'll be live 9 a.m. So you can enjoy the stream whilst having your breakfast. And then around lunchtime, that's when things really get going with the show Eastern time. Here in the UK, as we said, I believe it is 6 that the show starts. So with that being said, let's have a look. Hello. Let's go down. JM Beer says 39 months with the GOAT. JM Beer, thank you, my friends. Yeah, I'm really excited, actually, that I feel like I'm really coming into a good period now. I feel like with the road to SummerSlam coming up, I think that it's been a bit weird these past few weeks. With news has been a bit strange. There's not been loads of stuff to sort of be reporting on it. It really feels like it's gone a bit quieter. I don't know. I think part of the reason, honestly, is because of WWE hitting content. So, you know, the copyright content that's been getting taken down. I think that's had a massive effect, you know? Because, yes, there's news that's out there, but a lot of those clips and botches and funny moments and bits like that, I've seen a massive reduction in all of that. And so, like, trying to put, like, an unseen together is getting a little bit trickier, to be honest. It's getting harder. And so I've had a few issues with that. But I think as we get towards SummerSlam and the build to SummerSlam, one of the year's biggest shows, you know, that, I mean, once you get past Night of Champions, I think the noise is going to turn back up again. Not loads, but just enough where it's a bit more comfortable to do unseens, and there'll be, you know, a bit more stuff for us to get our teeth into. It's just felt recently like there's been a lot of days where you can do a video, but is there anything in there that's that urgent? Is there anything in there that's like, guys, you need to know about this? No, to be honest, I don't think there has been a lot of that sort of stuff. So, yeah, I hopefully it can start to feel like a mini WrestleMania season. So I'm thinking once we get past Night of Champions, I'm really hopeful that July is peak summer, and I'm hoping that there's going to be plenty of interesting builds as we head towards SummerSlam. And I'm hoping that we can really get our teeth back into, you know, regular unseens and all of that. I'm ready to go. I'm good to go. I'm sat here, like, you know, ready to get that sort of content out. So I'm feeling good. I'm feeling optimistic. I'm excited for this weekend. Obviously, it's nice to be here chatting with you guys as well. So we've got SmackDown tonight. We've got Night of Champions tomorrow. We've got Great American Bash on Sunday. We've got Raw on Monday. NXT on Tuesday. I mean, we're solid, man, for the next like 4 or 5 days with streams. So yeah, loving it. Ready to go. So JMB, shout out to you, my friends. And Chris said, what time does the show drop tonight? I believe it just drops at its usual time. So it is taped, but it's just going to drop as normal. So it's going to air on USA Network in America. It's going to air on Netflix here in the UK and internationally. And I believe it's just going to be exactly as it normally is. So, yeah, just everything as normal. But I know that I did read earlier, WWE are disappointed that like so many spoilers managed to find a way out. I don't know what they were expecting. I don't know why they were so surprised at the fact there was lots of spoilers that were out there. Because, I mean, you had an arena full of people that are going to share clips and are going to talk about it. I don't want to include any of that in Unseen. I don't want to include any of those spoilers in Unseen. I don't really care for spoilers. Unless it's like, you know, they've just signed such and such, they're going to be debuting soon. I feel like that's a bit different. But a show that's going to air on Friday that was taped on Tuesday, I don't want to spoil that, you know? So I didn't touch any of that. As I said, I actively avoided it. Jared said, are we ready to play pause and play tonight? Yeah, there is going to be that going on. That's okay. Where we have to pause and restart and all that to stay in sync. So it's going to be a bit of a messy one, but, you know, it's unavoidable. You're going to get some of these throughout the year where they tape them. They tend to do it around Christmas and around Thanksgiving and, you know, holidays. I don't actually know why we did it for this one. I don't know why we didn't just do SmackDown live in Saudi Arabia. Perhaps they are trying to reduce the amount of shows they're doing in Saudi Arabia. I don't know. Perhaps they just want to get in, get out. I can't say I massively blame them, to be honest. So I'm not sure of the reasoning why we didn't do a SmackDown in Saudi. But either way, they recorded it and we'll be watching it tonight. Daze, CM Punk has apparently been pushing to return on Raw in Chicago. Yeah, I'd say that's probably the big news today, is that CM Punk's trying to come back on Raw. The other thing that was connected with that report from Dave Meltzer was that apparently to say there's no issue with him and the office wouldn't be accurate. Apparently there is a little something that's, you know, so there's something going on, but to say there's nothing at all wouldn't be correct. There is a disagreement. I don't know if it's just a disagreement about what's next. I don't know if there's a disagreement about, you know, should he be on Raw, should he be on SmackDown, or if it's somewhat separate. That hasn't been specified. But yeah, he's pushing to come back on. He's pushing to come back on Raw. They want him to go to SmackDown. There's chatter of him and Cody. So looks like that is very much in the works. Don't know if it's for the championship. I would imagine probably. So I think it probably strengthens Cody's chances of retaining. I don't know why CM Punk would step up to Cody if Cody is not champion. I mean, it's one thing to step up when he's champion because you want his belt and you want to find out who's the best between us right now. And it's kind of a respectful, you know, babyface program, unless Punk's turning heel or Cody's turning heel. I'm not anticipating either of those things. So, yeah, interesting. We'll have to see. I mean, we'll have to see. I genuinely don't know. I mean, if they really want to do him and Cody, that's a big plan. And so if he wants to go to Raw and they want him to go to SmackDown, I mean, it's going to change a lot of stuff. Because all of a sudden, I don't think you can do him and Cody. Because then you're going to have to move Cody to Raw. And so all of a sudden, it changes a lot. So I don't know who's going to win there. I don't know if they're going to convince him, no, this is the plan, this is the vision, this is what we want to do, or if he's going to win by sort of being a bit difficult. Interesting. I don't know what this issue is. They haven't specified, so we're gonna have to wait and see. Andy said, do you remember when Raw used to be in the UK on a Friday and we still wouldn't get spoilers? Yeah, that's true. Do you know, there's times where they've done that, and, you know, I mean, social media now, clicks and views and all of that stuff, it's not a good time, is it? I don't know why they're so surprised for, like, you know, all this stuff leaking out there. I mean, we just live in a world now where everyone's got a smartphone, everyone's got the ability to upload to social media in 0 seconds flat. I think I've told the story, but like I used to work with this company that made t-shirts. There's been 2 official Wrestling Days t-shirts, right? Neither of them I promoted really at all, but one of them was made by this company in London, and they worked with Wrestling Shop as well, which is how I got to meet them. And they were like, oh, we could do some shirts for you. And I was like, oh yeah, okay, that sounds good. So it was through Wrestling Shop that I met these guys, and they went to a SmackDown, the same SmackDown as when The Fiend gets revealed, right? And I remember being like at this sort of meet-up thing before the show where they were there, and the woman came over to me and she was like, listen, I don't actually know much about wrestling because we've got a lot of licenses. We've got WWE, but we do bands as well, and, you know, I know more music than I do wrestling, so anything I should be keeping an eye out for. And I was like, yeah, there is actually. I was like, everyone's pretty crazy about the Firefly Funhouse. It's a video that will play, and it's all to do with this guy who's kind of like a kids presenter. And in 2019, that was the most interesting part of the show, right? And so we were at, I can't remember I think it was Raw or SmackDown. They were both being filmed in London, so I think it was Raw, but we were there, and I said to her, like, you know, that's the one to keep an eye out for, and she was like, right, I'll keep an eye out, right? She came up to me after the show, and she was like, I just want to thank you. I can't believe it. And I was like, yeah, what's happened? She's like, I recorded that segment that you mentioned. I've put it online, and it's gone mental. And I was like, oh, wow, I'm pleased for you. And in my mind, I was thinking, well, of course it's gone mental. I mean, no one's seen it yet. You've put a spoiler out there for a segment that everyone's going to lose their mind over. Even I didn't do that. Even I didn't do that. I ended up running outside the arena going, guys, you got to make sure you tune in, right? I didn't sit there and record it and upload it. But she did, because, I mean, she honestly didn't give a flip, to be honest. She didn't care about wrestling. She didn't know about wrestling. So she just literally sat there, recorded it, and then uploaded it. And she was like, I just want to say thank you, because it's going crazy. It's blowing up on our socials. And I was like, yeah, I'm not surprised. What you've basically done there is illegal. But yeah, she was like really impressed with like the engagement for that. So, you know, that was 2019, and that's kind of, you know, that's where we are. We're in a world now where you can just record whole segments and upload them. I don't even know how, I mean, I don't know if it'd be manual, but like with phone footage from the audience, how does like an auto detection system pull that down? It's easy if you take clips from an actual show, because I think what you can do is you can upload the actual show to wherever. The auto detect system then basically compares what you've uploaded with the show that they've got, and if it matches, it gets taken down. But if you filmed it from the crowd, it's not going to match, is it? If you filmed a match from the crowd, it's a completely different angle to what's on TV. Maybe a different ratio. You might be doing it vertical or whatever. It's going to be a different quality. It's obviously not going to have any camera cuts. It's completely different. So I don't know how any of that gets detected if someone films from the crowd. I don't think it does unless it's manually taken down. So trying to combat that, trying to take down that fan footage, and it's not only that, is it? I mean, to be honest, you don't even need pictures or video. You can just have someone type out what's happened, and there ain't no way you'll be able to stop that. You're not going to be able to stop people actually flipping, typing, this happened, that happened. Pictures are going to be very difficult. Footage is going to be easier, but as I said, if it's filmed from the crowd, which it's going to be, I don't know how anything detects it and takes it down, because it's not going to match the TV show version. So yeah, tricky, really, really tricky. Thankfully, I've been able to avoid those spoilers, and I would urge that people keep those spoilers to themselves if they do know of anything. I said we were going to look at a preview of tonight, and then what we did was the exact opposite. We didn't. So let's do that right now. So Cody Rhodes is going to address Gunther and Sammy before Night of Champions. I'm into this story. I know people have got their frustrations with it, and that's absolutely fine. People are, I think frustrated that Cody is still champion. They're worried about Gunther and hearing people saying that he's being buried and all this kind of stuff. I'm kind of enjoying it, honestly. I think that we've definitely done a few things wrong. I wasn't a big fan of how the match ended at Italy with the foot under the rope and the referee missing it. Kind of thought that was a bit rubbish, and people were down on that. I'm all right with Gunther not having the belt right now, because I don't know where they want to go. If they want to do Cody Punk for the title, well, then Cody's got to keep the belt, hasn't he? If that is a feud, if that is a program that they really want to do, well, then he's got to keep the belt. I would say if that's what we're doing, you've got to try and protect Gunther as much as you can, really, because you don't want him to lose any aura. You just want him to feel a little bit cheated. I'm wondering, actually, is Sammy in this match so that Cody can pin Sammy? That way Gunther doesn't really lose anything. And so is it a case then that Cody still keeps the belt? He's kept it by pinning Sammy. Gunther can still feel like he never really got his proper shot, because whenever he had a one-on-one match, he was either falling out with the ref and, Sammy costed him, or foot was under the rope and the ref didn't spot it. So Gunther's got, the right to say, I haven't had my opportunity, I haven't had my fair shot. That can obviously come a bit further down the road. I don't think we're abandoning Gunther as a project. I just wonder if they've got some other projects they're a bit more excited about in regards to SummerSlam, most notably Cody, CM Punk. Don't know. I am definitely leaning Cody retaining at Night of Champions. But I'm interested because you could pull the trigger and put it on Gunther. You could put the belt on Sammy, but I do think that's the outside chance. Sammy being WWE champion doesn't really feel like the direction we're going, but I don't know, man. There could be a swerve. Triple H could do something big, bold, brave, unexpected, but he probably won't. Rey Fenix takes on Nathan Frazer in a AAA Cruiserweight Championship match. So Rey Fenix, Nathan Frazer, AAA Cruiserweight Championship match. Nice to see that AAA Cruiserweight Championship being defended once again on Raw SmackDown. I actually think the AAA mixed tag championships should be defended a lot more. I think it's still Lola. Is it Lola and Mr. Iguana that are still those champs? I mean, to be honest, Chelsea and Ethan were champs for a while, and they didn't really do anything with them. I don't know why we didn't make a bigger deal out of that. But good to see that Rey Fenix is getting TV time defending a AAA championship. We saw him in action against, I think it was Axiom. Now he's going to be in action against Nathan Frazer. Nathan Frazer, of course, who is from the UK. Should be a good match, that. Trick Williams is poised to battle Ricky Saints in a US title match. Well, that's not going down tonight, is it? Because that is going down at Night of Champions. Returns poised to battle. I don't know what that segment is. So my understanding is that's a match at Night of Champions, so I'm guessing that's a promo segment. Then we got Paige. She returns to her home country to battle Jacy Jayne. Should be good. I don't really care for tag teams having singles matches, but Paige going back home in front of her home crowds, fun match against Jacy Jayne. This is like something you would get on 2K, because Paige, in my mind, symbolizes 2013, 2014. Jacy Jayne symbolizes 2025, 2026. They are different generations meeting in a singles match in front of what hopefully is going to be a good crowd that's going to be behind Paige, who's the babyface, Jacy as the heel. I mean, to be honest with you, I would say to them to go cook, whatever you've got, whatever you've learned, whatever psychology you've got, make that something really special. Don't just make that a nothing match that's just filling out the show. Like, that makes a lot of sense to me as to why you would want to do that. Again, I have to stress, I'm not a big fan of tag teams having singles matches, but there's exceptions to every rule. And I think in regards to this, Paige going back to the UK and, having a singles match against one of the kind of best heels we've got in the women's division at the moment, but someone new, different generations battling, I do like it. It doesn't mean anything, which is why I think if you've got a match that doesn't really mean anything, I mean, if Jacy wins, great. If Paige wins, great, right? Doesn't really mean anything. But if you've got a match like that that doesn't really mean anything, make it count, make it worth watching. I would really put some pressure on those two to deliver something really good. I'd be looking for that to be hitting the 4-star plus range. That's the challenge I would set them. Because I'm not interested in just a filler match. Not interested in a match that's just, there to kill time. Let's really do something there. Let's make it special. Let's make it like, God, did you ever see Paige when she took on Jacy Jayne in London? Crowd going crazy. It was really good. I don't think it's going to be that. I don't have high hopes it's going to be that. But Giulia against Kiana. Yeah, okay. Story there. So no championship on the line, whatever, but a falling out of two friends that are finally going to come to blows. Again, I would put some pressure on them to kind of make that worth. You might not get a clean finish because that might be a feud that carries on. But yeah, I would put some pressure on those two to make it memorable as well. Like, again, don't just go out there and paint by numbers because it's a SmackDown. Go out there and act like this is a WrestleMania match. This is basically a WrestleMania match we're running on SmackDown. Go out there and show that that's the level you operate at. Kiana, this is probably your biggest opportunity to go out there as a heel against Giulia, who I'm guessing is going to be the babyface. And people love Giulia. She's really popular. Yeah, big match that actually, in the sense, for both of them, in the sense of you could really turn some heads. Some people could be like, damn, I didn't know Kiana had that in her. She hasn't really grabbed my attention to now, but that was good. Yeah, it's got the ability to do that. So, Giulia, Kiana, not down on it. Paige, Jacy, not down on it. Trick, Ricky, I don't know what that is. Ray Fenix, Nathan Frazer, not down on it. Cody addressing Gunther, Sammy, I'm not down on it because that's exactly what you would expect from a go-home show. So, yeah, okay. That looks okay. I mean, I don't know that it's mind-blowing. I don't know if you would look at that and go, oh, that's absolutely unmissable. But I must admit, if I was like to go to bed now and just go, nah, I'm going to skip that. I would really like to know if Paige Jacy was a decent match. I'd like to know. I think Ray Fenix wins, so I haven't got much doubt there. Was it a decent match though? Giulia, Kiana, who won that? Is it Giulia one and done, or Kiana? And perhaps it's going to be a feud. What did Cody have to say to Gunther, Sammy? Was there another miscommunication between Cody, Sammy? Or are we past that now? Perhaps we don't need any more miscommunications because there's already been enough miscommunications. So perhaps we don't need any more. Don't know. lots to think about there with that. So looks okay. That's what I would say. Looks okay. Okay, let's get down to the chat. Let's get our teeth into where the community is. Like Mr. Full D said, if Punk Cody Reigns quits, would that hurt WWE? Absolutely. Of course it would. You're taking out 3 of their biggest draws. I mean, we don't have loads of needle movers. We don't have loads of people that really shift tickets and really drive views and really, you know, get people tuning into PLEs. I mean, what I would say is I genuinely believe WWE is bigger than any one wrestler. You know, WWE has been going since the 60s. So, you know, we've kind of seen people come and go all the time. But would it hurt to lose 3 of its biggest stars right now? 100%. Of course it would. Of course it would. And I think, like, the fact that I can't sit here and name a load of people that I think could really drive views night 2 WrestleMania main events. I mean, if you think about all the people that kind of dress up as Roman at their weddings, and do you know what I mean? All the Stan accounts that you see, all the people that, you know, have got like Roman Reigns as their profile pictures and all that sort of stuff. I mean, again, you know, there's a graph that we look at sometimes where we haven't been to it in a while, but the Google Trends thing, I always like go into that because I think it's something that you can look at and actually, you know, see with your own eyes the impact that these people are having, right? So if we go past 5 years, let's go Roman Reigns. Let's go. Who else did you say? Cody Rhodes. Who else have we got? Punk. So, the one person I would say that would fill that void, the one person I would say that could kind of, if we lost those, could maybe fill that spot would be, I think we could agree, Oba Femi. Okay. So, if we go over here, you can actually see that the blue line is Oba, and obviously he's got a big bump there, which I'm guessing is WrestleMania. So you can see where Oba's been since Mania, right? There was a big spike there for Oba at Mania, and then once Mania finished, that's kind of where he's been, right? So that's where he was when he was in NXT. Then that is the John Cena Classic, John Cena retirement. I'm guessing that's when he debuts on the main roster. That's what that spike is. That is the WrestleMania build. That is WrestleMania. That is now after Mania. This is Google searches worldwide for the past 12 months. And this isn't just any superstar. This is the replacement for the people that you're saying would WWE be hurt if they lost Roman, Cody, Punk, right? This is probably the biggest name I think we've got coming through. And he's that blue line. If you compare him to Roman, this is what Roman gives you. Roman Reigns. So there's Oba. There's Roman. Much higher with his general spikes. So the spike at WrestleMania is actually higher than Oba's at WrestleMania. Of course, Roman was in the Night 2 main event. He's one of the biggest stars. You could probably expect that to be the case. But his general line is above Oba's. I mean, Oba's is kind of down here. Roman is up here. So, you know, he is, even right now, like, just averaging well above Oba's online searches. So Roman, if you lost Roman, that would be the biggest blow. Because over the last year, I don't actually know what this is. I don't know what this means. Like, is it 3 searches a minute or a second? Or I don't know. But Oba's over the past 12 months, which isn't really fair. Because he only got called up. Can we go past 3 months, maybe? There we go. So past 3 months, Oba's on 4. We've got Cody on 5. We got Punk on 6. Roman Reigns on 12. Roman Reigns is just undeniably well ahead of everyone else. I mean, that's on 3 months, the past 3 months. And Oba would be that replacement, wouldn't he? Well, if we just take the past 3 months, and Oba's been on the main roster for the past 3 months, if you just take the past 3 months, you could make an argument that Oba is not far away from Cody in regards to search terms, right? He's not too far behind CM Punk, so Oba could be a replacement for one of those, but he is nowhere near Roman. He's nowhere near Roman when it comes to web searches. Roman up there with 12, Oba down there with 4. So would it hurt if we lost Roman, Punk? 100% it would hurt. And these are some numbers that sort of support that. So as we said, Oba is your biggest one, you know. If you look at like I don't know, a Dominic Mysterio. Let's have a look and see what he comes in at. I mean, he comes in at like a 1, which is, I don't think you can get, maybe 0 you can achieve, I don't know. But like, he's not really doing a great deal. LA Knight, I don't know, who at Bron Breakker? LA Knight at a 5, actually. How's he managed to get to a 5? Let's have a look past you. Ooh, LA Knight is really high, you know. LA Knight over the past year is at an 8. Cody's at a 9. So LA Knight's doing really well. Over the past year, LA Knight is well ahead of Oba. That makes sense because Oba's been in NXT. Past 3 months, LA Knight could maybe step into one of those spots. So LA Knight at a 5. He's just ahead of Oba at the moment on web searches, even in the past 3 months. LA Knight doing a good job there. But again, I have to reinforce, well behind Roman. There's just no one. You could search like Bron Breakker. You're not going to find anyone that's going to be at Roman's level. Yeah, Bron Breakker's at a 1. But then I suppose he has been dealing with a lot of like injuries, hasn't he? He has been out injured for a while. So it ain't coming from Bron Breakker. Jacob's been in a program. Could Jacob be doing something? Let's have a look at Jacob. 3 for Jacob. So Jacob, and this is past 3 months, and he's been in a big program with Roman. So Jacob's at a 3. That's half of what CM Punk's been. CM Punk, who hasn't even been around since WrestleMania, has doubled the web searches of Jacob recently. So, yeah, I mean, look, let's wrap this up, shall we? Because we don't want to spend too long on this. But the bottom line is, Roman is absolutely out in a league of his own, right? No one can touch Roman. If you take Roman out of the business, you are going to feel a loss, right? Looking at these numbers, I would say there are some that are around Cody and CM Punk. You can pull a trigger on Oba. You can pull a trigger on Jacob. Judging by this, you could pull a trigger on LA Knight, right? So if we lost CM Punk, like we have lost CM Punk since WrestleMania. We've got people that have stepped up in his absence. Jacob and maybe a bit of Oba battling away with Brock Lesnar, right? I think to lose Cody would be a big blow as well, though, because Cody is right up there with CM Punk. I think he would be a difficult person to replace as well. But undeniably, the big loss would be Roman Reigns. Roman Reigns is kind of unreplaceable at the moment. What WWE have got to try and do is find that balance. And this is why I think it's hard for fans to sort of understand. But the numbers right now, the strongest numbers are being generated by Cody, CM Punk, Roman Reigns. They're the ones that are driving the business. Now, we are seeing, just quick look in there, some others that are able to sort of get to that level, but they're just that little bit behind. They're, you know, like a Jacob is not quite there, an Oba is not quite there. They're just that little bit behind. So, you know, at some point you can give them the ball and see if that boosts their numbers, yeah? But you can give them the ball. They ain't getting to Roman's level. Roman is so far ahead. He's in a flipping different stratosphere. So, yeah, it's good. Hopefully there's some numbers there that kind of get people thinking and kind of explain why it's so hard to just move away from some of these established names, because they are still driving the numbers. They're still the ones that are in the lead. Certainly when you look at like what Bron Breakker's delivering, for example. Siren said, was at this show. I had the time of my life and I met some great people. I hope you're all keeping well. All right, glad you had a good time, buds. Yeah, I've not heard anything about the show, so well, that's good. If you had the time of your life, that's filling me with some confidence that this is going to be decent. So, very good. Thank you, my friend. Kieran, thank you. Daze, have we heard the devastating news that Joe Doran has sadly passed away? I did see that doing the rounds earlier, yes. Aaron said, do we think Triple H is right to take WWE? Do we think Triple H is right? Do we take WWE too seriously? Or do we just want the best and we'll be disappointed if a show doesn't hit with the amount of time and passion we give WWE and money? Yeah, no, I think he's wrong. I think he's wrong. And I think that he is saying that because he is the one that's, you know, it's a little bit like a football manager if you're getting results that are a bit mixed, coming out and going, guys, you can't expect us to win every single week, you know? Just sit back and enjoy. We're playing some good stuff at the moment. We're doing well in the league table. You know, it's not possible to win every single game, you know? But the truth is that fans have been, like, you know, enjoying a better product than what they're enjoying now. You know, if you're a football fan, perhaps you saw your team winning more than they are now. So the manager coming out going, you can't expect us to win every match. You're like, yeah, but we were winning every match and now we're not. And you can't just turn around and go, oh, you can't expect us to win all the time. You know, Triple H was around when we were praising this product in 2022, 2023, 2024, Bloodline on top, Cody finishing the story, people saying this feels like it's as hot as the Attitude Era. People were really comparing that period to the Attitude Era, and WWE were fanning those flames. WWE were very, very quick to shout about whenever a show was sold out, shout about the fact that they were breaking, you know, records with attendance. And, you know, Triple H loved coming out, didn't he, after Royal Rumbles and stuff, going, it's a record gate tonight for us in this venue. And he'd be very, very quick to tell you when records were being broken, right? Because the product was hot, people were engaged, and you know, it was all good stuff. Now it's very clear to see that this is not as engaging. The product isn't as hot. And so now he's come out and gone, you're taking it too serious. Just, you know, settle down and all this kind of stuff. Just have fun with it, you know? And it's like, nah, that's the kind of thing you say when you're against the ropes. That's the kind of thing when you're just trying to buy yourself some breathing room. That's the kind of thing you come out when you're just trying to just quieten down the noise and just, guys, you know, stop thinking my booking is what's wrong when actually it's you that's wrong. Yeah, you're wrong because your standards are too high. Yeah, so you need to lower your standards, and then when you do, you'll start enjoying the show more. Because I can deliver a show at this level. I can't deliver a show at this level at the moment, but I can get here. So if you bring your standards down, we should be good, shouldn't we? I mean, the alternative is that we get someone in there that can get the show to that level, yeah? And it's not that it can't be done, because look at Raw. Raw sucked. And now I would say that it's found some consistency. If it can't be achieved, then why did he change the creative teams? because earlier this year he changed the creative teams. We know that woman, that Alexandria woman, she was put in charge of Raw as lead writer. So if you can't improve the creative, if people's standards are too high, then why did you even bother changing the creative teams? It's because you knew it wasn't good enough and you knew that it could be improved. And we are sat here saying the exact same thing about SmackDown right now. And to be honest, I mean, Raw, I would say, is in a decent place. I think it's not bad. I think that I can go into Raw with some optimism. I don't go in with dread. I do think this past week was a bit of an off week. Probably got like a 5.75, knocking on the door to a 6. But it was a go home, and I can forgive that. I think that by and large, Raw has not been bad. But SmackDown is really atrocious. I mean, SmackDown has been poor. I think it's found some consistency with being around 6s recently. So I don't know what we're going to get tonight. I mean, you know, just looking at that comment earlier, it looks like it could be fun. But yeah, this whole you're taking it too serious, just watch it and enjoy it stuff, that just screams, you know, leave me alone. Let me get some breathing space. Let me, do you know what I mean? I've done everything I can do here and it's still not good enough. That's what it screams. I don't really like the message it sends out. You know, if I'm supporting a football team, I want the manager striving for better. I want the manager striving for perfection. I want every week to be a win, you know? If we've got areas of the team that aren't performing, then I want those areas to be improved. I don't expect the manager of the football team to come out and say that the fans' expectations are too high. So it don't work for me at all. It don't work for me at all. I think it's a dumb comment. So I really do think that I mean, you've got to remember, though, one thing I will say in his defense is I bet he does get sent and read a lot of nonsense because there's a lot of stupid takes online, right? The IWC is full of people that are young, that have only been watching wrestling a few years, that think they know loads of stuff when actually if they were to have a chat with like a hardcore fan that's been watching for a while, they might realize they don't know quite as much as they think, right? They think that it should be done a certain way, but actually if they was to speak to people that have been watching for a while, they might see that actually it makes sense to do what's happening at the moment, right? So there's lots of different opinions out there, and not every opinion is equal, okay? And everyone's entitled to their opinion, but not every opinion is equal. You know, I don't go knocking next door to my elderly neighbor if I've got like a rash because I want their opinion on it. I go to a doctor, yeah, who's trained, who can look at it and actually tell me what's going on. My next door neighbor's opinion is not the same as the doctor's opinion. And the same is true when it comes to anything, you know? Some random person online that's just spouting off nonsense. It ain't the same as someone that actually cares and watches and thinks about wrestling on a different level, you know? So opinions aren't all the same. The point I'm making is he probably sees some of the dumbest shiz that you could imagine. He probably reads some of the biggest nonsense. And actually, this is what Nick Khan raised not long ago. Nick Khan said, I think he even gave some examples of some of the comments that he'd been sent or he had read about why he never listens to the IWC. He's like, if I listen to the IWC, people have told me that Roman Reigns sucks and we should, you know, let him go. And I can believe that. I can believe that there are people that have said that. And as we've just looked at that graph, and it shows that he's just miles ahead when it comes to interest and engagement. I mean, letting go of someone that's generating that much interest in the business would obviously be really dumb. And there are people out there that don't like him, and there are people out there that would say such a thing. And, you know, as a result, Nick's like, that does not serve me or the business any positive whatsoever. So why would I listen to that? You know? And he had a list actually of like 5 or 6 different comments he'd just selected just to show that, like, you know, some of the stupid, and you've seen it, you've seen stupid comments. I've probably made stupid comments myself, but I'm sure you've seen them online as well. So in all fairness to him, he probably does read a lot of nonsense. And he probably thinks to himself, why don't these people just watch and enjoy what we're doing? Rather than, you know, fantasy booking in their heads. And then when it doesn't go that way, they get upset because we haven't done what they wanted us to do. I genuinely believe there's some people out there where they fantasy book. And if it doesn't go that way, then they're down on it because it was not as good as what they had thought of. If it does go that way, then they say it's predictable. And they go, well, do you know what? Yeah, I didn't really enjoy it because I thought it was going to go that way anyway. So I think it's a bit predictable. So I don't know what WWE are meant to do in that situation. If I was a booker and I was head booker, what would I do with that? There's nothing I can do with that. You know, all I can do is just try and concentrate on putting out the best product possible. So I am going to just give him a bit of credit in saying that doesn't work for me, what he said, right? Because I want someone that's striving to, you know, put on the best shows possible. I don't believe we're doing that at the moment. I think there's much room for improvement, certainly on SmackDown. So him turning around and saying, guys, you know, just enjoy the show. Shut up, right? But in response to some of the nonsense he must read, I can sort of understand maybe he's talking to them people, you know? So, yeah, for me, it didn't really work. I wasn't a fan of it. It's good question, that is, Aaron. Good question. You'll have to let me know what your thoughts on it were. Do you think that he was bang on? Do you think people do need to just watch and shut up? It's hard to say, though, because that's never happened. I mean, you can go all the way back to the kind of late 90s. People were going in forums and like chatting away about the shows. WWE even had their own call-in show where you could call in and chat about the show. Dave Meltzer and the Wrestling Observer has, you know, been kind of reporting behind the scenes and sharing opinions. Like, people's opinions about the show has existed ever since wrestling has existed. People go, they watch whatever the show is, they talk about it afterwards. I mean, that is never going to change. It's never going to change. So people are always going to talk about the show. They're always going to speculate, was that the right thing to do? Was it the best thing to do? Is this going in a direction I'm enjoying? I mean, I don't think that's a bad thing. That happens with every form of entertainment on the planet. I can't really think of any form of entertainment that someone consumes and then just moves on without thinking or talking about it. If there's a new album, people review it. If there's a new play, people review it. If there's a new TV show, people review it. You know? The World Cup, all I see is people talking about how players have performed and, you know, did they get the tactics right? And do you know what I mean? Like, this happens all the time with everything. So, of course, it's happening with wrestling. It's always going to happen. It's always happened. It's always going to happen. This idea of just, you know, does he think that people are going to do that? Does he think people are just going to watch it, enjoy it, and just then go, oh, I enjoyed that, and then just move on? Like, it's nonsense, isn't it? That's never happened. It's never gonna happen. Doesn't happen with any other form of entertainment. I think he said it just to wind me up. I think he said it just to make me frustrated with how dumb it is. So I think it's to buy him some breathing room. I think it's to make people think, like, are my standards too high? Am I the problem? You know? I would imagine most of you have probably reflected on that for all of 5 seconds and thought, no, I'm not actually. SmackDown sucks. That night one of WrestleMania was not good enough. Pat McAfee being shoved in that story sucked. The vision didn't work. You buried Wyatt 6. So I'd imagine it took you all of 5 seconds to reach your own conclusions on that one. Mr. Full D said, it's well known that both WWE and UFC hate criticism. It's TKO, said Mr. Full D. Do you know, I mean, maybe you're right. Perhaps it is TKO, and perhaps they've just had enough of criticism because they are getting it everywhere at the moment. Ticket prices, the White House show, the booking in WWE. Even people are even saying to me that UFC doesn't feel as good as it used to. People are even saying to me that since TKO kind of took over, it's just not felt the same. It's not felt as compelling, the UFC. So, you know, I think TKO are getting it from everywhere. But I think if you're going to get into content creation, you're going to get, I mean, I do as well. I mean, I get criticism. Do you know my TikTok got took down again the other day, right? I'm not bothered about it. But it got took down. And I kind of thought it could happen because I had a TikTok account. Then obviously WWE are cracking down on people using their content. So that got took down. So I started a new one and I was just like, I'm just going to keep putting the same videos up and I'll expect this one to get taken down eventually. I thought it might stay up a bit longer than it did. But, you know, that's been taken down now. But there was 2 messages on this account before it got deleted. And I was like, oh, is one of these from TikTok saying your account's been deleted? So I clicked on it to see what the messages were. And it was the same person that had messaged twice. I didn't even read what the second message said. The first one said, "You are so effing annoying." Someone sent me a direct message just to tell me how effing annoying I am. I mean, I liked it. I left a like on it, you know, because he's right. But if you're in content creation, any kind of content creation, you're going to get criticism because people are going to have opinions on what you're saying, how you're acting, what you're wearing, how you look. Do you know what I mean? I mean, thankfully, I'm a cutie pie, so that's fine. But you're not going to escape it. So TKO getting all upset and crying about, like, oh, people don't like us. Why can't they just enjoy the shows? Come on. Grow up. Grow up. You can't be that flipping fragile in this world. Surely you know how this world works by now. So, yeah, it's everywhere, you know. People are sharing opinions all the time. But I'll tell you one thing I've learnt a long time ago, though. It doesn't matter. It just doesn't matter. I mean, like, that person that says, you know, you're effing annoying, right? They probably sent that and then just carried on with their day. I mean, all of like a minute or so later, they've scrolled on to something else and they're now just watching something else. Do you know what I mean? It's not like their whole night they're just thinking about how annoying I am. Although it would be great if they did. But, you know, I don't think I was that influential with how annoying I am. But, like, you know, they probably sent it and then that was it. They just moved on. In fact, there's a good chance they've never even thought of me ever again. So comments like that, they don't bother me because I know that, you know, they just don't mean anything. People in that one moment felt something and they had to share it. You know, I found that annoying. 2 seconds later, 30 seconds later, a minute later, they've moved on with their lives. The comment still stays, but they're gone. They've moved on to whatever's next. So how much importance do you put on that comment? You know, it was a moment in time that has now gone. Doesn't matter, does it? So for me, like, I'm not bothered by any of that. Doesn't dissuade me from carrying on. And, you know, we've been doing this channel over 10 years now. But so for TKO to be feeling a bit fragile about, you know, getting criticism, diddums, yeah. Well, you've got more now, yeah. Well done. By being upset about being criticised, you've now just opened yourself up to more. So, yeah, very good, Aaron. Very good. I think we just spent about 2 hours on that. Chris, shout out to you, bud. Dr. Trained, lol. Hey, Chris, have you got any updates? But I keep meaning to ask you. I was going to ask you the other day if you had any updates. I never know if I've missed anything because my week's been a bit busy. As I said, it was like my dad's birthday and it was obviously Father's Day at the weekend. And there's a few kind of like bits and bobs I'm trying to catch up with. I'm in a great place, though. I'm feeling really good as we're moving into the weekend. But, and beyond, actually. But yeah, you have to let us know if there's any updates. Suzanne said, Daze, you're not annoying. You're perfect in every way. Thank you, Suzanne. Thank you. You're gonna get it. You're gonna get it. To be honest, I sort of sympathize a little bit because I mean, you get like recommended stuff, don't you? So there's going to be things that you aren't interested in that you get recommended. That I could imagine, you know, if you search something out and you watched it and enjoyed it, that's great. But the way algorithms work, certainly TikTok as well, because normally on TikTok, you're just scrolling, aren't you, through whatever it's recommended. That algorithm is going to recommend you stuff that you are not going to enjoy. It's going to. So, yeah, I kind of sympathize a bit. That person clearly is just not my target audience, you know? That's just not landed with that person, and that's absolutely fine. So it's not me that feels bad. I feel a bit bad for them that they, you know, watched something they didn't enjoy, and, you know, that's that. But it doesn't mean anything. So as I said, like 30 seconds later, bang, they were onto something else. So yes, it's the way the world works, and TKO might need to accept that. Right, Chris said, I can't get my spleen out. I've got to wait 5 weeks and then discuss if I can be put onto the transplant list, right? God, all this waiting, buds. It's a flipping nightmare, isn't it? So, Chris, thoughts with you, buds? Again, you just have to give us updates, because I know that there's people that are obviously interested in knowing what's going on. So, shout out to you. Appreciate it, bud. You didn't need to super chat it. I was keeping an eye out. Mr. Full D, shout out to you. Aaron said, imagine if that person watched the WEP. Oh my God. Jesus Christ. That might be the end of them. That would finish them off, wouldn't it? Because to be honest, the TikToks I was putting up were only like 50 odd seconds long, little reaction clips to something. So you're absolutely right. If they saw one of those clips and that was enough to send me a couple of DMs, and I think they were on different days as well. So I think what's happened is they've watched one video. Because they watched it, the algorithm's gone, oh, they like this. So then they've recommended another one. And they felt the need to get in touch DM-wise twice to let me know how. And I'm guessing the second one was more of the same. I genuinely didn't read it. Perhaps the second one was like, do you know what? Actually, on reflection, I think you're a cutie pie. Yeah, it was probably that. It was probably that. That's probably what they said the second time. But oh my God, if they watched the WEP, that would finish them off. There was no WEP yesterday. I was quite disappointed, to be honest with you. I genuinely didn't know, because I actually did a member stream yesterday, and I was like, I'll see you in a bit for the WEP. And I was sat here waiting to start. I was sat here ready for the Wrestling Escape Pod, the podcast that I do on a Thursday. If you want to watch old episodes, it's got its own channel, Wrestling Escape Pods. And I was sat here just waiting for Tommy to send me the link. And I was waiting and waiting. And I looked on my X account, and there was people like, is there a pod? Is there a pod? So I responded to a few people, like William, Daz. And I was just like, I don't know. I'm waiting as well. And then I finally got an email from Tommy about, 7 minutes late, saying, sorry, my internet's down. So I don't know what's happened with his internet. He said they can't fix it till this weekend, Saturday or Sunday. So I don't know, it seems like there's an issue with the internet maybe in the apartments that he lives in. Perhaps the router or something's gone down. I have no idea. But yeah, seemingly he was out of internet. I think he was able to email me on his phone, but his phone is obviously not good enough to sort of do a whole stream podcast on. So yeah, that was a bit annoying. So looking forward to next week though. Right, okay, let's get back over into the chat. Amazingly, we've done an hour already. which has absolutely flown. Edward said, how long are they going to do Maxine, Theory, Vision scenario? When is she going to join the Vision? Well, I think we're seeing that now. I genuinely do. I think what we're witnessing now is her moving into the Vision. I think this whole Chad's confronting Alpha Academy is clearly building to something. I think Chad has got a story. I wouldn't be shocked if it was Alpha Academy against Vision. And because, I mean, there's no word of Bron Breakker going after any major titles at SummerSlam. He's not in King of the Ring. He's going to be finishing off his feud, or I think finishing his feuds with Seth at Night of Champions. Yes, it could carry on to SummerSlam. But I don't know. I don't know if I would be shocked if it's not like a return in Bronson Reed, Bron Breakker, and Austin Theory taking on Chad Gable, Otis, and Tozawa. As I said, I think a Bronson Reed and an Otis, I think you would go Bronson Reed out of the two, but size-wise, they don't match up too bad. And I think Otis could, enjoy some moments against Bronson. Tozawa and Theory. Listen, when Tozawa gets going and he's got the crowd behind him, you can sort of see him getting the better of people. He's not just a jobber. Like, when he's got the bit between his teeth and they actually let him work, he can do some stuff. So, and Theory, I don't know. I don't think that's too bad. I think you would imagine Theory would get the advantage over Tozawa, right? And I think you would imagine Bronson would get the advantage over Otis. But I think there could be a battle there. I think there could be, before they finally fall, I think they could give a good account of themselves. Bron Breakker, Chad Gable. I think it's very interesting because, the support is with Chad's. I think I don't know. I was going to say, I think is the aura with Bron, but that's something he struggles with. I think Bron is that little bigger than Chad's. I think Bron's got the advantage, but again, I feel like Vision as a whole are probably above Alpha Academy, but I think there's enough there where you could run a program. I think Vision probably end coming out on top, but I think as like a little program, it's a great program for Chad's, Otis, Tozawa, all being baby faces, having the crowd behind them, taking on Bronson, Theory, Maxine joining up with the Vision. Perhaps that means that we bring a woman over for, could it be Ivy? I don't know what Ivy Niles doing, but could Chad get Ivy from American, formerly of American Made? Perhaps the Creed brothers just are the Creed brothers, and perhaps we get Ivy to deal with Maxine, and perhaps we build towards something like that. I don't know. That's a direction that it could go. I don't know that it's going that way, but if it goes that way, I think there's enough fun to be had there. I could see some of those segments being quite entertaining. I also think there'd be a lot of sympathy if Otis is beaten up or attacked backstage, or Tozawa is beaten up and attacked backstage. I think the dynamics of baby faces being baby faces, heels being hated, works really well. None of that grey area nonsense. These are our baby faces. These are our heels. The dynamic works brilliantly. So, yeah, I'm not down. Honestly, I'm not down on that as a program. Whether we're doing that, I'm not sure. But, yeah, with what went down on Monday, I feel like we've probably started the process of her getting closer to outright joining the Vision. Big Time said NXT did 668. Very good. It's the best viewership in 4 months. The breakdown was 663, 667, 718, 623. World Cup on Fox did 7.8. Is that a different system? I find that hard to believe that that's not changed again, to be honest with you, because NXT was like down in the 500,000s. Now it's just shot up 100. I mean, that's not an insignificant amount. That's not like a little amount. That is a seriously, that's like we've changed systems again, or there's been a tweak to the system again, because that's a big rise. That's like a 20% increase. So That I find those numbers confusing, to be honest with you, because the average not long ago was in the 500,000, 530, 550 range. Now we're saying that one of the hours achieved 7. Or are you saying that this is the past few weeks has been 663, 667, 71? I didn't see a 718. The hour breakdown. So at the halfway point, 663, 667, 718, 623. I'd be interested to know if they've changed it, because the numbers were not that strong, and I don't see how they've just shot up. What are we doing right now that would make the numbers shoot up? What is driving those views? Because Naraku? Is Naraku that big of a draw? I don't know. I would seriously question the ratings and the way it's all worked out. Mr. L Jr. said, did you see Triple H's interview on ESPN? People taking WWE too seriously. Needs to remember what it is. Says it's just a form of entertainment. Yeah, Mr. L Jr., we've just spent about half an hour on that, but if you want to kind of dig into that, we've just covered it. Daze, do we think that Brock has travelled all the way to Saudi for Night of Champions? Haven't heard any word, obviously, but I am thinking there is a good chance that he makes his presence felt. And I don't think he'll mind doing it. Certainly not if he's retiring at SummerSlam. I mean, this would be his last time going over to Saudi. And he might want to just pop over there for a final time if he is retiring at SummerSlam. So, you know, go over and maybe go to some restaurants over there that he's been to, or go and see some places again that he's been to, do a little run-in, cost over, set up the SummerSlam match. I don't think it's crazy to think that he has gone over. I'm thinking there's a good chance of him getting involved. Not guaranteed, though. Not guaranteed. World Live Cena fan says, I saw the spoilers today. I was looking for rumors of Grand Theft Auto 6 having a disc version being released. Have they said it's just download then, I haven't seen anything on Grand Theft Auto 6. Are they saying that it's just download? GTA will cost £70. Oh, that's better than people thought. This a couple of days ago. I haven't seen this. The latest installment, the biggest ever franchise, will be $69.99. I don't think you can argue with that. A more premium is $89.99. What you get in the premium? One of the most hotly anticipated games. To be honest with you, with the amount of time this game has took and how big I'm expecting it to be, I wouldn't have been upset if it had been I suppose it is going to be $100. I was going to say if it was $100. But I suppose it is. $89.99 is $100. So $79.99 or $100 in America. $69.99 or $89.99 UK pounds. Rockstar said physical copies are just going to contain a code for a digital download rather than a disc. Oh, how big's that file going to be? And are people going to have space? How big is that game going to be? Rockstar said physical copies. Oh, we read that. Franchise video game said the price tag was fairly reasonable, but the lack of disc may irk some physical collectors. She added the decision made sense. It reduces the amount of reselling and it helps prevent leaks. The game itself, which some analysis says could be the most expensive to ever make, is released on the 19th of November. GTA 5 was $59.99 for its standard edition in 2013. So $59.99 13 years ago. Now it's $79.99 for the standard edition. So it's gone up $20. I don't think that's too bad. I don't. They haven't said, though, how big the file is. How big's the game going to be? Because, I mean, some people are now going to have to go out and buy extra storage, aren't they? Probably. I mean, this thing, it's got to be, I don't know, what's the average size of a AAA game? This thing's got to be up there with being the biggest ever, surely. Surely. I mean, I'm thinking hundreds of gigs is what I'm thinking. Don't know. We'll have to see. Well, I missed that news. Probably because I'm not looking for it because I'm not getting it. Because I feel like the game's going to be so big. It's going to be like having a second life. I feel like you're going to spend like hundreds of hours playing that game. Maybe even thousands of hours, depending on if you want to complete everything. I'm guessing that, I mean, the reason it's took so... I know that they spend a lot of time on the sort of the way the water moves, the way hair moves. I know that takes a lot of time. But I've got to think in size and scale, this thing is just going to be monstrous, you know? It's going to feel like having a second life. I don't need that. I don't. I've got enough with one life. I don't need a second one. I'm screwing this one up. I don't need to screw up a second one. Daze, it looks like England could be facing Senegal in the round of 32. Don't know. Still lots of twists and turns. At one point it was Cape Verde. At one point it was Ecuador. At one point it was Senegal. I heard the other day that if Congo win and England win, then someone said it's Congo. So apparently there's still all these different flipping teams that it can be. So yeah, still don't know. I'm enjoying the World Cup though. It's a shame this round because I was very excited for Norway, France. France have just won 4-1. But I mean, there was no Haaland. Loads of Norway's best players were rested. So France have just beaten Norway's B team, which I would expect them to do. You know, I think France's A team beats Norway's A team. Well, I certainly think France's A team beats Norway's B team. So we're seeing a lot of rested players. I mean, America did the same. America lost to Turkey, but you can make the argument that there's like 8 players that were missing. So what did we learn? I don't know that we learned anything. So this round of games, to be honest, is a little frustrating. But we're getting to the knockouts, aren't we? I think, does that start Sunday? I mean, oh my God. Brazil, Japan. Oh my God. Netherlands, Morocco. Oh my God. Some of these games look sick. I mean, Netherlands, Morocco is like a quarterfinal. Japan, Brazil is like a quarterfinal. Maybe even a semi-final. I mean, some of these games that are coming up are just going to be flipping bonkers. Japan could knock Brazil out. Japan are good enough to take it to penalties and knock Brazil out. They might even be good enough to take it to extra time and find a winner in extra time and beat Brazil. I mean, this is not a Brazil team that's like Pele and Ronaldo, and they got Vinicius Jr., but they're beatable. And everyone said Japan was like a bit of a dark horse before the tournament, so it's going to be a hell of a game. I am a little worried for America. I think America will do it, but you've got Bosnia, and Bosnia are the team that stopped Italy from qualifying. They managed to get a win over Italy. Now, Italy are not the Italy of old. They're beatable, but the point I'm making is Bosnia are not just some little country that don't know what they're doing. They're very well organized. They know what they're doing. They've got some good players, and they're beatable, but they also, you're going to have to bring it to beat them, you know? But the good thing for America is they do look like they're in a good place. You have had a good tournament so far, so I think America get past Bosnia, but I wouldn't be thinking that's a walk in the park. I wouldn't be thinking Bosnia, great, who's after that? That's going to be a tricky game for America. This is a team that managed to get past, I think they eliminated Wales, and they definitely stopped Italy from qualifying. They beat Italy to make it to the World Cup. So, you know, this is not a rubbish team. This is not a team that haven't got a flipping clue what they're doing. So, yeah, it's going to be tricky. But the knockout rounds look very fun. Stuart said, do we think that Seth can beat Braun at Night of Champions in a cage match to become the new World Heavyweight Champion? Title not on the line, Stuart. So the belt is with Roman and the other one is with Cody. So the cage match is not for a championship, but it is, unless you mean can he win and then go on to face Roman at SummerSlam for the title. My answer to that would be yes, I do think he can do that. I think there will be a debate to be had about, do you go with Seth, do you go with Braun? For me personally, I'd go Seth. I would go with Seth because I think Braun, for me, isn't quite there. There is an argument to be had that these are the kinds of matches Braun needs to win to get there, right? To feel like he's at that level. And I do understand those arguments, but I think for me right now, with SummerSlam so close, I don't feel like Braun is quite there. I don't feel like he's at that level yet. So for me, if I want to do a match for Roman, am I more excited for Roman Braun at SummerSlam, or am I more excited for Roman Seth? And if those are my two options, I'm more excited for Roman Seth. So for me, I would pull the trigger on Seth winning. Bron Breakker using it as kind of there's something missing. I need to find out what's missing. There's a missing piece to the puzzle. And I would really focus Braun on trying to work out what that is. And him finding it. And then, you know, hopefully we can give him wins, build him up, give him a win over Seth kind of next year. And we're off to the races. I do still feel like something's missing. And with SummerSlam so close, if we were on a creative meeting now and we were voting, I would vote for Seth to win and to go on and face Roman, if that's the plan, right? If we've got to choose between those two, I would vote Seth. But I would understand if others around the table were like, no, we've got to push Braun. Braun's the future. He should win and then go and face Roman. I would understand that argument. But my counter would be, I don't think Braun's had a good year because of his injury. I don't think the vision has really done what we wanted it to do, again, because of injuries. And so, as a result, I don't think we are right now with Bron Breakker where we wanted to be because of all the disruption. So, I think right now, it's more interesting to go Seth for a big match at SummerSlam. I think it's more interesting to do that with only 4 weeks or so till SummerSlam than it is to kind of force Bron Breakker into that position. Because I don't feel like the momentum is with him. I don't feel like the intrigue is there. I mean, the guy's running around with one of the tag belts, you know. And I think the injuries have hurt. And don't forget, I mean, he's suffered losses to Seth as well. So, I mean, even if he wins at Night of Champions, I mean, doesn't it just sort of level up the feud? Doesn't it just make the feud a bit of a draw anyway? I don't even know that it really puts Bron over, because Seth beat him when they faced not long ago on Raw. He beat him. So I don't even think a win really, you know, makes Bron the, oh my God, this monster. It just sort of makes the feud 1-1. So that would be my kind of counter argument. I'd be like, yeah, I get it. I understand. I really do. I know there's going to be people out there going, you can't do that to Bron. He's the future. We can't keep relying on the same names. And I would say, I understand. But, you know, we're doing some interesting stuff with Gunther. We're doing some interesting stuff with Jacob. We've got Bron Breakker who's coming through. Looking at the numbers that we looked at earlier, it looks like LA Knight is in the mix. You know, he's in consideration. So, I mean, there's definitely something there. And, you know, I think we are bringing people through. But I wouldn't be pulling the trigger until I'm really confident that we're there with them. And again, looking at those numbers, that worldwide trend, you can see that over the past 3 months, Bron Breakker was like on a 1 compared to an LA Knight who was on an 8. compared to a Roman Reigns who was on like a 12 or something. So, you know, Bron Breakker, he feels a bit cold. He feels a bit lacking of momentum. And those numbers we looked at earlier absolutely reinforce that. So again, I wouldn't be doing it just for the sake of doing it. It does feel a bit like that. Let's do it because we need to push the young people. No, we need to push the right people. Not the young people. We need to push the right people. And those young people need to work hard at making themselves the right people. But you push the right people, not the young people. So that's why I would be leaning to Seth. Jared said, in for a long day tomorrow. Night of Champions and then England's. Yeah, my focus tomorrow is the wrestling. Night of Champions. I mean, I love England. I love, you know, the World Cup and all of that. But that's too much on my plate, to be honest with you. Focusing on all of these different things. So my plan tomorrow is I want to be getting to bed about 8 in the morning. And then I'm getting up at, I don't know when I'm getting up, actually. 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 1. I'm starting at 2. I'm probably going to get about 5.5 hours, I'd imagine, sleep. So get some sleep, get up, start the stream, and yeah, bang, just really work our way through. When we're done with Night of Champions, we do the breakdown, we do the opinions videos. So we get all of that done. I need to make sure the streams, because I've got Night of Champions ready to go. That stream's ready. I just need to make it public. But I haven't set up Great American Bash. So I need to get that done. So my plan is to do everything, opinions, all that stuff, do everything, and then see where I am and see, you know, is the England game still on at that point? Has it finished by that point? Don't know. So, but I'll certainly be trying to, at the very least, keep an eye on the score. I mean, I might even be able to get it on my phone and just have it here. I did that the other day as we were doing a Wrestle Feuds. I actually had the second half of the game on my phone down here. So I was able to just kind of keep up with the score as I was kind of chatting away. And it didn't prove a distraction. So I was able to just glance down and see where we were. So I might even try and do that. But yeah, it's busy weekends, and as we said, I think the kickoff games even start on Sunday for the World Cup. I've got to say, I'm kind of liking the fact there's not really a break. We just seem to be going straight into the next thing. Like sometimes with the World Cup, you have like a few days where there's no football as you kind of get ready for the next round, and that will come later, of course. You know, like when it's time to do the semi-finals, we won't finish the second semi-final and then the next day do the final. You know, there will be, you know, time in between, but as there should be. But at the moment, I'm sort of enjoying like every day games. And I think we do just go straight into the knockouts. Although it is a bit annoying not knowing who people are facing, you know? Like, we've got some matches made, but this whole third place thing is a mess. I don't like this third place thing. Because, like, Scotland don't even know if they're through or not, you know? I mean, it looks like they're not going to be, but they are in third place. And when their game finished the other day and they lost to Brazil, they still had a 40-odd% chance of going through. Their manager went, no, I don't think it's going to happen, right? But it wasn't crazy. I mean, it was still a 40-odd% chance. It's gone down to like 5%. Or I think I heard earlier it was back up to 12. So, I mean, Scotland don't know whether to go home or to stay, and their fans don't know. Are they booking hotels? Are they booking flights? What are they going home? Like, yeah, this is a nonsense, isn't it? This is a nonsense. How can a team finish their campaign and a couple of days later not know if they're going home? So there is talk, actually, of the World Cup increasing again very soon, going up to 64 teams. And my first reaction to that was, no, this is stupid. You know, we're just adding teams for the sake of adding teams now. This is the World Cup. It's meant to be the best of the best. Going up to 64 teams now. But actually, I've changed my mind. I think it's the right thing to do. Because if you have 64 teams, then the top 2 teams in each group go through to the 32. you know, 2 teams go home, top 2 teams go through, and we get rid of the third place nonsense. You don't do it anymore. There is no third place going through. It's just the top 2 teams go through to a round of 32. What we're doing now is worse. This tournament is the worst version of the tournament, because what we're doing now is we're doing 48 teams and we've got to try and get it down to 32. And that's why we've got all this third place rubbish, which we've never done before. But actually, if the tournament was bigger and there were 64 teams, you could easily get to 32, because it's just the top 2 go through and the bottom 2 go out. And that's better. I think that's better, because that way, you know, if you're Scotland, if you're third, you're gone. There is no third place finish. So I actually changed my mind on that. I think what we're doing now is the worst thing we could be doing. I actually think moving to 64 teams actually makes a lot more sense. So there is chatter of doing that in the future. That would mean even more people being involved. And if you think about Wales, Ireland, Italy, you know, Denmark, there's some decent teams out there that are not at this World Cup. So if those are the teams, Costa Rica are not a bad team, for example. So, you know, if those were the extra teams that were coming, I don't think that's watering the World Cup down. I mean, yeah, we're not adding another Brazil. There isn't another Brazil. There isn't another France. You know, there isn't another England, Germany, Argentina, right? But there are countries that you can add that I don't think are too bad, that are going to make this, like, it's not like we've got to play flipping San Marino, you know. There are, like, big nations out there, like Italy and Denmark and all of those that could take up some spots. So, yeah. Lots of World Cup thoughts. Mr. Full D said, I would prefer if Liv and Dom win. More story. Liv and Dom. I don't know what we mean. Liv and Dom win. Dom's not in King of the Ring anymore. Final is Oba and Jay. So on the other side, it's Liv and Io. So those are our finals. The 2 finals are set. It is Oba and Jay. It is Liv and Io. Jared said, Breaker at the moment reminds me of Austin when he was with Ted DiBiase. Yes. His career never got underway until the face turn at WrestleMania 13 and the feud with Vince. Jared, shout out to you. Yeah, I agree, actually. I agree. And we've said it many, many times. Hogan, before he was Hogan, was a heel that wore a cape and had Classy Freddie Blassie as his manager. Hulkamania was not a thing. And he was good. I mean, he always had a good look to him. But Hulkamania was not running wild in the late 70s. So we had Hogan then. He was a heel. And, you know, it wasn't what it would become. Stone Cold was the ringmaster. Again, same guy, but different presentation. Different attitude, if you will, and wasn't as compelling. People weren't as crazy about it. You know, I mean, I remember the Ringmaster and found it a bit dull. I found all the Ted DiBiase sort of $1 million corporation stuff to be dull. That is not really a thing that I was enjoying. You know, when around that new generation with Ted DiBiase in that sort of managerial role. I'm sure others felt different, but I just didn't really care for it. So yeah, you're right. Him becoming Stone Cold, Austin 316, all of that, you know, just took him to a level that people rarely get to. You look at The Rock and Rocky Maivia, the sign saying "Die Rocky Die" from the crowd. They hated him, this blue chipper, you know, kind of goody two shoes. People hated Rocky Maivia. And he was getting Die Rocky Die signs. Crazy. And then he goes on to become The Rock. John Cena as the prototype. You know, very close to losing his job. And then Stephanie hears him rapping, and then he becomes, you know, Thugonomics, and that's what, you know, kickstarts him going to the moon. But again, very close to being cut when he was the prototype, because it just wasn't clicking. He was the same person. Had the same physique. Had the same abilities at talking, but just it didn't click. It hadn't clicked. And actually, if you go back and look at the big stars, maybe with the exception of an Undertaker who kind of hit the ground running in WWE. But I mean, he was Mean Mark Callis, wasn't he? When outside of WWE, and you know, they said you're never going to draw a dime. So outside of WWE, he was not getting rave reviews. But when he comes to WWE, he gets given the Undertaker gimmick to the moon, right? It's true. The presentation and the packaging is arguably the most important thing. WWE are very aware of that, which is why they spend so long on entrances. And it's why, you know, there's hand gestures, you know, yeeting or whatever it might be. Strutting, right? All of that is super important because it's the packaging and the presentation that can really make or break you. And a lot of stars, when they first start, don't have that presentation quite right. The interesting thing with Bron Breakker is they've gone quite intense with Bron Breakker straight out of the gate. It doesn't feel wrong, really. I don't listen to his music and think, oh, that's atrocious. You know, it's not like he's coming out to Nia Jax's I'm Not Like Most Girls. I mean, the music's quite intense and it kind of reflects the sort of character you would expect him to be. You know, the smoke, him coming out with his sort of head down. I mean, the presentation feels like it should work, but it's just not clicking. I can't tell if it's momentum, if it's the injury that's held him back. Is it being in the vision? Is it that he needs to be just him and Heyman? Is it a case that like he just needs to be by himself with Heyman, just come into the ring as Heyman does what Heyman did with Brock? Just don't worry about the rest of the vision. Don't worry about Logan or Theory or Bronson. Just stand there and just talk about how this is the man. Just build him up. Focus on him. Make him the sole focus for Heyman. And give him wins. Have him win. And maybe that would help. I think the injuries have hurt. I think the momentum is just not there at the moment. But actually fixing him, I think, is a little bit difficult because, you know, with Rocky, you can look at Rocky Maivia and go, okay, he's not working as a face. Let's turn him heel. With Bron Breakker, I don't know that turning him face is going to help. I don't know that that's going to be the answer. And I don't even know if you can turn the aggression up because he's quite aggressive as it is. I think the thing with him is it feels like there's a bit of lack of substance. I don't feel a connection. I don't feel like when he comes out, he's a badass. I wonder if I do need Heyman singing his praises, talking about what an incredible athlete he is, how we've never seen anyone as athletic as what Bron Breakker is. You know, he carries undeniable power, but he carries an athleticism that is just rarely seen in WWE. It's you know, the metrics are off the scale. If you was to see the records that this guy breaks in the gym when it comes to cardio, when it comes even to weights and stuff, like perhaps we just need to turn that dial up of just letting the audience know how special he is. Because at the moment, we're not doing that. At the moment, you know, we've just got the vision coming out with Heyman and it just feels flat. But perhaps we need to make it feel more special. I don't know. I think there's a lot of things you would have to try, to be honest. But I agree, it feels like something's missing. I don't think that he's a dead end. I think there's something there. I mean, I will not be shocked if in 5 years his main event in WrestleMania and he's been world champ a few times, right? I won't be shocked. But I definitely feel like we're not there now. And you can judge it by how you feel when he walks out. You know, when he comes walking out, to me, it's just, okay, here's Bron Breakker. I don't feel like, here we go, right, come on, guys. Do you know what I mean? Sit up. Here we go. Bron Breakker's coming out. I feel that way when Oba comes out. I feel that way when Brock comes out. I feel that way when Roman comes out. I don't feel that way when Bron Breakker comes out. So however you can influence that and change that, we need to look at that. So this is why with SummerSlam so close, I think there's work to be done with Brom, and I'm just more confident that with SummerSlam so close, the Roman Seth match is more interesting to me, and that is the direction that I would be more interested in going, because I'm guessing Ober goes after Brock. I know some of you have said about doing the 2-night thing. I'm not crazy about it. I was chatting though, I think to Aaron on a Wrestle Feud on Wednesday, and Aaron was saying, what if Ober wins King of the Ring and then puts it up against Brock on night 1? So Brock puts his career on the line, Ober puts his King of the Ring on the line, and then Ober wins. That means that he retires Brock, and then he, faces Roman the next night. I actually don't think people will have too big of a problem with that. I think people will be okay if that's what they do. I don't know, man. I might be really tempted to kick that can down the road. I might be really tempted to actually do Ober and Roman a bit further down the road. I think you could do that match of King of the Ring versus Korea, have Ober win, but he doesn't have to go for the belt the next night. He is the number 1 contender. He is the person that's kind of in the shadows waiting for Roman. Roman knows it as well. And that way, we've got a big match, maybe Survivor Series, depending on what their plans are. But, yeah. I don't know if you could do Survivor Series, though, because you've got War Games, haven't you? And it does feel like it's Bloodline MFTs. So, but again, if you're not doing Roman Rock, I'd be kind of interested in Roman Ober instead, because I think that's the biggest match you can do, honestly. I think the biggest match you can do in WWE right now is Roman Ober, with where people are, like, in regards to Ober and how they feel about him. I think it's the biggest match you can do. So if we're not doing Roman Rock, then I'd want to do Roman Ober, which is why I would also be tempted to save it and not just do everything at SummerSlam. But don't know, it's one that definitely is going to divide opinion. I think most people would probably say do the 2 nights because everyone wants everything now. Patience does not really exist in the world anymore. So I'd imagine everyone's like, nah, let's just go crazy. We'll do him Brock, we'll do him Roman, we'll have a big weekend, blah, 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 blah. I think I'd be more inclined to wait. But I thought it was a really good shout by Aaron, saying, let's put the King of the Ring thing on the line. I thought it was a good shout. And I know many of you have kind of suggested something similar about doing the 2-night thing. Okay, right, where are we? We've got 20-odd minutes. Daze, if neither Gunther or Sammy win at Night of Champions, I hope WWE speed builds Gunther Ilya for SummerSlam. I'm not intrigued by Sammy Gunther, nor do I want either to lose, but I do want something for Ilya. Okay, yeah, I mean, I'd love that match. I agree. I mean, you could have Gunther come out ranting about how he was robbed, and then you just bring Ilya out, don't you? Saying, hello, old friend. Some people might not know, but me and you have got quite the history. And, I'm ready to, kind of reignite that flame. Gunther can be like, do one. I'm not interested in you right now. And Ilya can make him interested. And, I think that could lock us into that feud if we was to go that way. Destin said, GTA 6 has got a social network. Your cell phone consumes viral videos in real time, which allows you to follow influencers and discover secret secondary missions. Oh my god. That sounds like a flipping nightmare. I mean, I don't know about you lot, but like the real world, I suppose in a way it's a good escape. If the real world is just doing your head in, perhaps you'll have more success in a second world, But I don't know. I really do worry about the size of that game and how much time it's going to take and how much it's going to consume people's attention and everything. I mean, to me, video games are fun, I think they've got too big. I think that, like, you know, back in the day, you could finish a video game kind of over an evening, maybe a couple of nights of a weekend, if you like put the time in. Now, there's games that I've played for like 80 odd hours, and I'm still nowhere near finishing them. And it's because when they say you can complete this game within this time, like, I think that's where you're just like, go into a mission, doing it, next mission, doing it, next mission, doing it. But I mean, I don't know why, but like, I get lost in maps, and I'm like, where am I heading? And then I'm trying to get to a certain place, and then, you know, I'll see some, I don't know, bullets that I need, and so I'll pick them up, and then I'll check my inventory, make sure I've got the right gun I want, right? And then I'll go wandering around somewhere, and it's like, I'm too slow. I spend a lot of time just sort of like bumbling around, and like probably other people have done 3 missions by the time I've done 1, and it probably is possible. But I mean, I get lost, I get stuck. I'm sort of like trying to figure out how I'm meant to do this thing, and I don't quite know. I just don't think I'm very good at it. And as a result, I kind of end up going, Jesus Christ, this is like a flipping, this is too big. Fallout 3 is what I'm thinking, by the way. Fallout 3 is the game I've put about 80 odd hours into and got flipping nowhere with. And I downloaded it a few years ago, and I was like, I'm going to finish this game because I really want to know like how this goes. I want to see all the things. And it's a brilliant game. I flipping love Fallout 3. It's one of my favorite games. Wandering around a post-apocalyptic world and, you know, shooting mutants and picking up ammo and doing missions and going to different locations. There's like a ship that people are living on. There's other towns, other settlements. You go in the sewers and, you know, have to find a secret lab, and you're killing all these mutants and you're trying to keep up with your ammo, and it's great. It's a really fun game. I really enjoy it, but oh my God. It took me hours and hours and hours. And I swear to God, I'm only like 50% through. And probably not even that, probably 35%. So, and now I can't even remember where I am, what I'm doing. I haven't played it in ages. So, oh God. I just think about the headache and the nightmare that it must be to try and complete Grand Theft Auto 6. And I'm like, I'm out. I'm out. This is clearly for other people. This is not for me. Cameron said, the IWC will explode if Gunther and Oba both lose. Yes, they will. I mean, this is where I start agreeing with Nick Khan and saying, like, don't worry about what the IWC have got to say. I think that it's you're right to book the show that you want to book going where you want to go, because you've got a rough idea as to what you want for Mania. Even now, they'll have a rough idea, like what the main events are, and, you know, roughly who's, you know, going to be top end of the card. You got to be thinking about this thing, because you might need to start building some of it now. You might need to start thinking about, you know, I mean, you've got to have had conversations with The Rock. There's no way we're sat here now without having spoke to The Rock. I mean, we heard ages ago that Saudi had put a big bid in. So, I mean, if The Rock's turned it down, the natural question is, well, what's your main event? I mean, that's the natural question, isn't it? So what if they've decided that Oba, Roman, is going to be the main event? We want Roman to be champion, and we want Oba to be trying to win his first title. Because if Oba does win at WrestleMania, we want that to be a moment where Oba is getting the belt for the first time. Not the second time, where it maybe doesn't feel quite as special. But we want him to have it for the first time because it's a bigger deal. And he's going to win against Roman at WrestleMania in Saudi. And if that is your plan for WrestleMania next year, well then, spoiler, Oba can't win the belt before. So, spoiler, if he's going to be in any title matches, he's going to have to get screwed. Because he can't win the belt, because we've got a plan for him to do it at WrestleMania next year. So, WWE are operating on a level that is much bigger than just, is Oba going to win at Night of Champs? Is Oba going to win at SummerSlam? They're thinking bigger picture. They're thinking long term. They're looking at WrestleMania. They're thinking about where they want this thing to go as a story, more so than just looking at these little shows, you know? Let's go back to WrestleMania 39 when people were upset that Cody didn't win at WrestleMania against Roman. And I'll admit, even I was surprised. I was like, so we're going for another 12 months of Roman? Like, really? Like, is there enough bloodline kind of story for us to get through another 12 months? But actually, Cody achieving what he achieved at 40, I think everyone would say was the right thing. I think people would say that, you know, what we did over those 12 months was fine. I don't think anyone would say that 2023 was a bad year for WWE. I think most people would say the start of the decline that we're in now probably happened just after WrestleMania 40. We did not follow up on Cody finishing his story. So think about the IWC moaning and complaining about 39 and then what we ended up getting, which was 40. And, you know, I would say, like, use that as an example of how you've just got to not worry about what the IWC and myself, I'm going to put myself in because we sort of have to, but like, you are very reactionary just to individual shows. So you get to a PLE, if it didn't go the way that you wanted it to go, complain, moan, yeah? And I do that as well, yeah? Because we're just judging on what we're being served. But actually, if you're booking, you can't worry so much about that because ultimately you know where you're going to end up. I mean, you don't want to be doing anything that's going to really annoy people. You don't want to be doing anything that's really stupid, that's really counterproductive. You know, I mean, for example, you wanted Jade to win the title at WrestleMania the other year, but did Gunther have to tap? Did he have to tap? I mean, I would say no, he did not have to tap. It's one thing to have Jay beat Gunther, but did you have to make him tap? I mean, we're sat here now and people still chant you tapped out to him, right? Granted, it seems to be settling down a little bit, but he was getting that. Even after he beat John, he was getting you tapped out chants at him because of what had happened at WrestleMania. So for me, Gunther tapping to Jay last year at Mania, I don't get it. I really don't understand. That is one that I can have a grumble about because I just think that it was unnecessary. I don't think he needed to do that. And I think that actually it hurt Gunther's aura. Now, granted, you was able to get it back by having him beat John. He was able to get it back by having him beat AJ Styles. But it was still unnecessary. It's one thing for him to lose by being, like, pinned. You know, he gets knocked out cold. There's not much he can do about that. He gets caught with a shot, he's knocked out cold. But if you choose to tap, it's a choice that you make. This is the same argument about when John tapped. You know? When John tapped, it's a choice. I mean, the alternative is you just pass out. The alternative is that you take the pain and you just pass out from the pain. We've seen that happen loads of times. Having the never give up guy give up was quite a choice, right? Having the monster Gunther tap to Jey Uso, who did not work as a champion, top champion. So I would say that was a waste. I mean, I'm okay with them putting the belt on him because they wanted to see what it looked like. I'm okay with that. But I can still have a grumble about how they went about it because I really don't agree with that decision, you know? But yeah, when it comes to like the IWC and everything, very reactionary, very focused on short term. It's the here and the now. How am I feeling about this show? How am I feeling about the product right now? But if you're booking, you can't worry so much on that scale. Yeah, you need to make sure that you're still pleasing people, of course, because you want them to keep tuning in. But you have probably got a longer term plan that probably involves some twists and turns. I mean, rarely should this be a straight line where it's like Oba gets to belt. That's it, you know? straight line. I mean, chances are there's going to be, like we're seeing with Gunther right now, some twists and turns. Jared, shout out to you. Jared, you don't have to keep firing in super chats, but I am going to try and keep an eye on the chat. But I appreciate it. Jared said, I think he turned it down. He said a while back it's not about money. Oh, Rock. A match as big as Rock Roman needs to be in America. Plus, I would imagine Dwayne would want his last match to be in Miami, to be honest. I think he turned it down. He said a while back it's not about the money. Did he say that he wanted it in America? I mean, I could believe that that is something that would be on his mind. I could believe that that is something that he would take into consideration. If he turns it down, then obviously it'd be very interesting to know why he turned it down, because it's going to be a significant amount of money. There are people in this world where, you know, money isn't everything. But then there are people in this world where money is everything. You know, if you look at like Donald Trump, for example, you would think, how can anyone have, you know, any more power, any more, well, you can always have more money. But I mean, we're talking about someone there that's like got billions in the bank. I mean, the wealth that Donald Trump has got is, I mean, he ain't got no worries in the world. You know, he's never going to go hungry. He's got mansions. He can buy pretty much what he wants to buy. If he wants a yacht or whatever he wants, cars. I don't even know what he spends his money on, to be honest. He likes golf. He owns a golf course. I think he owns golf courses. I don't know, man. I feel like you get to a point where how much more do you need? And are you doing it because there's a bit of an illness there that you've got, in the sense of it's never going to be enough, you know? It's never enough. And the reason why I say it is because you can get Trump phone, Trump coin, you know? NFTs he was selling. I mean, he's selling Bibles and stuff that have got his name on and everything. So he is definitely still using his name to sell products. He is not just focused on the job. I mean, I know he is, but like, he is using his name to generate money, even though he's a multi-billionaire and the most powerful man in the world. So for some people, it's never enough. Doesn't matter how much money you've got, it's never enough. And I think you could say Donald Trump is in that boat, as like, you know, as is a lot of other people. So in regards to The Rock, I don't know. I don't know if it's ever enough for The Rock. If he's made comments, which I've not seen, but if he has made comments saying that, you know, he is not interested, you know, he's going to turn it down, fair play to him. Because my understanding is it is a serious, significant amount of money that has been offered to him for him to have that match. So I'd be very interested to know the reasons why. I could only imagine it would either be, as you said, you know, it wants the match in America, not Saudi, or it's a clash with a filming schedule thing, and he's doing, you know, that instead. So, yeah, I don't know. I genuinely don't know. I haven't heard anything on that. But if it doesn't get over the line, I'll be very interested to know why, because I know they offered him a lot of money. Okay. But you could be right. I mean, it could be that he feels that it needs to be in America. I'm trying to find the episode. It's not there yet by the looks of it. We only got 5 minutes. Has anyone else got it? I haven't got it. At the moment, it's still only showing last week's. I think they do this with tape shows, actually. I think it just pops up when it's time. This is going to be a flipping nightmare. This is going to be a flipping nightmare. Having to pause and restart, and we'll do the best we can. Right, we need this. Okay. Rock Roman's never going to happen. His ego just won't allow him to lose, says Jim. Lily said, there's still no countdown on Netflix for this. I think I've seen this before. I think when it's a tape show, the file just appears like literally. I think what they do is they must have a system where it just like auto uploads at a certain time. So I think they've probably set it up so it auto uploads. So because I'm with you, I don't have a countdown or anything showing at the moment. So, but this is a tape show. So yeah, don't worry about it yet. If you can't find it, I'm gonna live in optimism that it'll just be popping up in 5 minutes. Connor said, do we think that Cody is definitely winning? No. I've never said he's definitely winning. I just said he was favourite. I think Gunther's got a chance. I think Sammy's got a chance. But I do think, I mean, I've not seen the odds. But I would imagine the odds have got Cody as firm favourite to retain. Hello, TJF. Said Daze, if you was The Rock, why would you want to face Roman? As The Rock is better, why would you put Roman over? He doesn't need the money. He is the top chief, so his level's above. Well, if I'm The Rock, I want to have my last match. And, you know, if my body's definitely done and it's kind of like I just can't find the time to have a match and I want to kind of wrap the career up, then I want to have my final match, right? So if I'm looking at the landscape, there's a few people to choose from. You could go Cody, you could go Oba. But I think the reason why he would be interested in Roman is because there's a ready-made story in that their family. Roman is running around saying he is the tribal chief. I think that The Rock, there's a story there where you ain't the chief of me. And, you know, you'll always be in my shadow type thing. And obviously Roman having to sort of prove to The Rock, no, I am the tribal chief and you will acknowledge me. And, you know, it's a ready-made story. It's the biggest star in the industry right now in Roman. It's one of the biggest stars of all time in The Rock. I think if you used to ask most fans what's the match you'd be most interested in seeing, I think they would say Rock Roman as being the big match that they would most like to see, because it's Hogan Stone Cold, isn't it? It's John Cena Stone Cold. It's Hogan Cena. It's Roman Cena. It's Cena Rock. It's two undeniable, major, massive faces. The kind of faces that are front and center of the posters. It's two of them colliding. It's Bruno Hogan. It's Hogan Cena. It's Rock Hogan. It's Cena Rock, which broke records at WrestleMania 28 and 29. It's two talents that are at a level that 99% of people never reach. So it's the biggest match. I think it's the match most people would want. I think the reason why he would do it is because he would want to give people that last big, massive showdown. The story is there to, you know, because of it being family. And I think because of it being family as well, who would he want to put over more than anyone else? It's probably his cousin. It's probably Roman. It's probably family. If I'm going to go down, I'm going to go down to, you know, a family member. I'm going to go down to Roman. I'm going to, you know, just give him that little extra boost. The only thing that I would say is interesting is Roman's pretty much a made man anyway. So could The Rock look at it and go, is Roman going to gain loads by beating me? Because he's already as big as I think he's really going to get. I don't know that Roman gets much bigger now. I think Roman's about as big as he's ever going to be. I think Bloodline, Tribal Chief, all of that, I think it's pretty much maxed out. So, I mean, you could make an argument where Rock's like, I think I could have a bigger impact if I actually do my last match with Oba and Oba beats me. But then equally, some people might be like, Rock's over the hill now. Does a win over Rock in 2026, 2027, what does that mean? Does it mean a great deal? Because he's not an active wrestler, and I can't even remember how old he is, but he's certainly no spring chicken. It's not like beating The Rock from the Attitude Era, is it? So, but people don't think that way. I mean, look at the numbers that Jake Paul and Mike Tyson generated. People don't think Mike Tyson's like an old man. You know, they just see the name. And I think that the truth is the truth here as well. People see the Rock name and it's like, oh, that's going to be badass. Rock versus Roman Reigns. I think it's undeniably the biggest match you can do at the moment. If Roman beats The Rock, it completes Roman's career, says Destin. Okay, it's there, and I'm pressing play. The video file is up. Okay, I have been hit with some adverts, though, which sucks. Dun, dun. Here we go, said Justice. Can watch it now. Daze, my issue with saving Roman over for the main event of Mania is we don't know if that'll be the main event if The Rock's available. Yeah, well, you only do it if The Rock isn't. I mean, if The Rock is going to be able to do that, then obviously you go with The Rock. Okay, where are you guys? Because I've just had the Then Now Forever together. I'm going to tell you where I am. You'll have to tell me if I'm in line. We're seeing a shot of Tower Bridge. You can see the Shard in the background. There is the O2 Arena. So there's the O2. And we're just seeing people walking and making their way towards the O2 Arena. We're still just seeing the outside. Now we've got Clash in Italy, and we've got Cody getting the win over Gunther. Gunther had his foot under the rope. And we're just seeing Gunther making his way down to the ring. It's on Netflix now. I'm about 30 seconds ahead, said Name is Josh. I'm a couple of seconds ahead. Okay. I can skip forward 10 seconds because it's a video file. You're good. You might be a few seconds ahead of me. Are we all... Sounds about on point. I think we're all at different stages here. This is going to be difficult. We're just going to have to do the best we can, to be honest. Polly said, no Netflix. It is if you search for it. I mean, I'm literally watching it on Netflix right now, so I know that it's there. It's certainly there in the UK. Where can I watch it? Says Naomi. It's on Netflix. It's on USA Network in America. I'm on USA, says Let Him In. Oliver said, I would have The Rock win over Roman myself, says Oliver. Okay. You're about 8 seconds back, says Mister. Well, I just skipped forward 10 seconds, so I'm hoping that I'm going to be about in line. But I had a few people saying that I was ahead of them anyway, so I don't know. I think the truth is it's going to be really difficult for us all to be in sync. Right now, I've got Sammy being battered backstage. I've got Gunther going down to the ring. He's running down to the ring, getting in the ring. There's an attempted Cody cutter. He gets the sleeper on, gets the ropes. Gunther with a sleeper on Cody. We're seeing Sammy having a few words with Nick Aldis. There's the haluva by Sammy. It's a video package just showing what went down last week in that match. Sammy turning around, nailing Cody with the belt. Cody going down. Sammy throwing the belt down. Gunther backstage arguing with Nick Aldis. Sammy down in the ring, having a word with Nick Aldis. The solution is Night of Champions. We got the graphic on screen for Night of Champions. Quick shots of Cody, Gunther, Sammy. Night of Champions. Video package about to end. And it's ended. There's Sammy. Sammy backstage. Shades are on. There's a few boos for Sammy, I think, there from London. So, Sammy backstage. There's Gunther. Boos for Gunther as well. So Gunther backstage. We've seen Sammy. We've seen Gunther. There's Cody. Cheers for Cody. A few boos for Cody as well. I sensed a few boos as well. But there's Cody backstage. Let's go. There's Paige and Brie. So they are... I don't know where they are, actually. There's Fatal Influence. Fallon, Jacy, Laney. So, backstage at the O2. Friday night SmackDown. Okay, we should be getting underway with whatever's going to start this thing. Trick Williams is starting this thing. Trick Williams. Whoop that trick. Whoop that trick. Whoop that trick. Whoop that trick. He's on his platform. That trick. Bum 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 bum. Oh, he's still with Little Yachty. He's still with Little Yachty. Trick coming down. Trick kicking off the show said, Wrestling Fam. Radiated Zombie said, I didn't know this show was only 2 hours. It is if you just watch it straight through. You lot are going to have to keep me informed as to when we're at commercial break in America. I'm going to pause it so that we stay in sync, of course. But yeah, at the moment, this is 2 hours if you just watch it straight through on Netflix. Okay, so he's making his way down to the ring. At Night of Champions, we've got that United States Championship match coming up. Hello, LS Dub. Hope you're well, buds. Congrats on your video. I saw it did very well. Very well deserved. So, LS Dub, making waves online. If you haven't checked out his channel, check out his channel. Okay, Trick in the ring. Yeah, congrats. Rib said, London crowd is being rather rude to Ricky Spanish. Okay, here's... Trick Williams then in the ring. Fans chanting away. What? That Trick. When is Randy expected to return? There's no word on Randy. The talk seems to be that Punk won't be at Night of Champions. Okay. I think the people here in London... Okay. Something happened last week. Okay. So, Trick missed SmackDown last week. Last week. We went to Jamaica. Whoa. Little Yachty was there. Oh, they had a date night. Love that for them. Lash Legend was there. Oh! Trick Williams getting married in Jamaica last week. Very good. So, Trick Williams missing last week's show to get married and... But who did he marry? He went with Lash Legend and Little Yachty, but he never actually said which one he married. Love was in the air. Trick said it was the best day of his life. We whoop that trick all night long. I know the legend's not here tonight. Let me send a message. I'm thinking about you, girl. Well, there we go. Everyone knows that he's with Lash Legend now, if they didn't know already. Okay, Trick Williams and Ricky. Our attention turns to that. Lemon pepper steppers. Okay, here comes Ricky. Jared, thank you, my friends. Throwing in some gifted memberships. Welcome to everyone that's joining. Thanks to Jared. Okay, here's... oh, my God. What the flip is Ricky wearing? Is that like a SWAT vest? Oh, my God. That's like... He's like the fun shield. Love this. That's quite an outfit choice, but I think it's something that he actually thinks looks good. To be honest, if I had his body, I'd probably do the same. If I had his body, I can't say that I would be wearing too many clothes. But fun fact, I don't have that body. Okay, Ricky has come out. I'm your wife's favorite lover. I'm your wife's favorite lover. Are you interrupting Trick Williams? My patience. Oh, that's a good line. My patience is short. My backhand is strong. I'm going to slap you down to London Bridge. I like that. That's a good line. I like that line. Okay, work that trick chance. Ringing out again. Work that trick. You seem to be on the sauce. You're crazy. You're talking out your head. Where does Ricky talk out of? You shouldn't be overlooking me, says Ricky. A Night of Champions. This hype train is ending tomorrow, says Ricky. Who's your dentist going to be when I kick those teeth? I don't think that shot looked very good. Okay, Little Yachty goes down. Ricky gets in, nails Trick with the microphone. So Ricky jumping out the ring, and I don't know. I kind of like when Trick was talking on his own. Ricky comes down. I like Ricky, but I can't say that that was the strongest open that I've seen. Choco Latte, shout out to you. Appreciate it, my friend, firing in a gifted membership. We do member streams on a Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, Friday. Okay, Corey and Michael Cole are on commentary. Real Gockness said, well, that was something that happens. Connor said, please ban Little Yachty from ringsides. Rapture said, after Night of Champs, do we think that Johnny will still be planking with Sammy? Also, has Johnny appeared the most out of anyone on SmackDown for the past few months? I'm not sure their appearances he would want to be making, but I would hope that once we get past Night of Champions, we will change the narrative. I think it's just such wasted potential. Certainly when you look at SmackDown. When you look at SmackDown and so many of the matches underwhelm, and you've got someone of Johnny's capability that can put on really great matches, let's just get going with Johnny. He's such a great performer. So hopefully he comes out of his slumber. Okay, we're backstage and we've got Alexa. Charlotte's feeling the physical pain. Oh, there's Tiffany. Okay, well, it looks like we've got a can they coexist type situation. Tiffany is making her way out. We should be going to commercial break soon, shouldn't we? This is sort of like we've done the open. We're setting the match up. I feel like a commercial break is just round the corner. How far are you from where SmackDown's coming from? 2.5 hours in a car, I would say. I mean, I'm a good distance. UK-wise, I'm a good distance. This is London, and I'm in the Midlands, so it's a good 2.5 to 3 hours, I would imagine. Okay, I feel like commercial break's coming up. Let me know. I think I can tell when we're going to be at commercial. Judging by the length of the video on Netflix, we ain't doing picture-in-picture. Okay, I've paused it. Commercial break. Austin, thank you. Thank you, everyone. So, I've paused it. Tacky time, Tiffy time, has made her way down. And so she is in the ring. So far, yeah, it's okay. It's okay. I'm not like, my mind isn't blown by what we've had so far. This is a go home. I'd say so far it's feeling like a go home. But that was a nice little moment where Trick spoke about getting married. So that was nice. And I think the crowd had fun kind of reacting to that. So, not down on that bit. The back and forth between him and Ricky, not crazy about. But, you know, and this match, okay. We're at commercial. Does Little Yachty not have any music to record, said Bishop? Seemingly not. I don't know how to feel about Little Yachty because I don't mind celebrities being in wrestling. For me, the line is crossed when they try and have a match and they step in the ring, and you know. So what Little Yachty is doing by just accompanying Trick is not massively offensive to me. That doesn't like massively bother me. But I don't know. I can't say I'm like enjoying it either. I think like some of his little ad libs are okay, but I don't know. I just needed Ricky and Trick Williams just having like a really good back and forth promo. There's a couple of times there where Little Yachty kind of spoke over Trick and it didn't feel like 100%. It just felt a little like, I don't know. Yeah, I'm not hating it. I'm not loving it. I think that's the best way I can word it. Where are some of these YouTube channels getting their news from? The arena doesn't look empty to me, said First Odin. Don't know. Shiny Wizard said, did you see that they had to move a lot of people into the hard camera section because the arena was apparently half empty? No. I've avoided any spoilers. I've not seen any news about this SmackDown. Matches starting, said it's Kaz. We back from commercial break. Some people are watching on Netflix and there are no commercial interruptions. Some people are watching on USA Network and are at commercial break right now. So as soon as you lot are back from commercial, just let me know and I'm ready to resume. Austin said, no, we're still at commercial. Okay. Ricky needs to change his gimmick because this one ain't it, said Angel Salas. Rob, thank you. Trick is so much better without him. I think he's ruined Trick a little bit for me, said Sir Austin. Okay. Austin, I hope you're well. Yachty is a trash rapper. Liam, hello. WWE's current plan is to sign Zilla if he hasn't signed already. Fatu was recently at the Performance Center where he's going through some necessary processes to prepare. Yeah, there was chatter that they were interested. The Zilla conversation is a lot more interesting to me now because for years his name's been getting mentioned. They should sign Zilla. But, I mean, I just felt like, got an said we're back. Okay, I've pressed play. We're back. Thank you. I've pressed play. We got Alexa Bliss. I think we can make this work. We got Alexa making her way down. So, Alexa just touching hands with the fans, waving, going over again, touching hands with the front row. Okay, Alexa then in the ring. She's going to be teaming up with Tiffany. Can they coexist? Boom. So yeah, the Zilla conversation is one that's more interesting now because I genuinely believe there's an interest there. I don't know that he goes to the main roster though. I'm not shocked if he rocks up in NXT. Is this? I can't even tell you what B-Fab's music is, but B-Fab making her way down. Interesting they're coming out to B-Fab's music rather than Michin's music. So it's going to be Michin and B-Fab. It's not really the most exciting opening match, is it? As opening matches go to sort of set the tone. Okay. Can they coexist with botches already from B-Fab, said Jose. I don't hate this B-Fab theme, says Mayor Pete. No, I don't hate it either, actually. I mean, I think she is, like, legit a rapper. Okay. Michin just getting the better there momentarily of Tiffany. Tiffany taking Michin over. Tiffany yells out what time it is. What time is it? And a few people respond Tiffy time. Come on, girly. Michin against the ropes. Okay. Tiffany with a drop kick. Down goes Michin. 1, 2. Kick out. Yeah, I think, to be honest with you, this is the kind of match that I would try to avoid if I was booking SmackDown. Alexa with B-Fab trying to pull it down. Daze, stupid question. Did you get my email? I did, Liam, yes. I don't really keep up with emails too often, though, because my emails and notifications are pretty rammed, but I did see that I've got a few from you. Sister Abigail, no joy. Why avoid? It makes sense for them to do a feud with Jade's minions. I just don't think it's a very exciting match. I don't think that you've really built this up. I think that this whole can they coexist thing feels very lazy. I think that when we do go to 2 hours, this is the kind of match that gets cut. I certainly think for an opening match as well, this is... Commercial break. I certainly think for an opening match as well, this isn't strong enough. You kind of want something that's going to really set the show off. I mean, whenever we start a PLE, we tend to start with like a big match that's going to grab attention, really get you hooked into the show. This, to me, I mean, if you really wanted to do this, I mean, first of all, the match doesn't mean anything. It doesn't really matter who wins. You've got like people teaming together that don't normally team together in Alexa and Tiffany. I think if there is a story here, it's a very weak story that I'm just not engaged with. I think that you can use this time for something better. This is the kind of thing that I would look to avoid. I don't mind having Alexa wanting to go after, you know, one of these in a singles match, but I might try and put a bit more heat into it. I might try and build it better rather than just really this being a tag match for the sake of doing a tag match, for the sake of getting Tiffany in a match. That's how it feels. But I mean, if you really wanted this match, if it was something that you really wanted to do, I think I would have pushed it a lot later into the show when the show was like well underway, you know. We're at picture in picture. Yeah, I'm not worried about picture in picture because the video file for me is only 2 hours. So I think all the ad stuff has just been removed. Cadet said next month it's going to be a 10-year anniversary of the 2016 draft when we got a new era of Raw and SmackDown Live. This match does feel a bit thrown together, says Sally. I think it's just a way of getting Tiffany onto the show, Alexa onto the show, getting them into a match. As Mayor Pete says, getting like B-Fab and Michin some match time. Like, I do understand, but if we're talking about, you know, an engaging show, a show that like you really want to watch, oh my God, this is so good, the kind of shows we're looking for, this match ain't it. And if you really want this match, I think the build should be better. Billy said it's funny how in a PLE we plan for a main event to be the best, but with SmackDown or Raw we think the first match should be the best. It's not about the first match being the best, but if you look at a PLE, what are the two matches that are opening the PLE this weekend? The King of the Ring final and the Queen of the Ring final. If you go back to WrestleMania and look what opened up the show, it's championship matches. Gunther Jay for the World Championship was an opening match. Seth versus Drew was an opening match for WrestleMania as well. Like, the idea that you start a show, not with your best match, but with a good match, a match that gets the crowd hooked. Like, there is a logic to that. And actually, that's why we see big matches taking part at PLEs in the Open. And it's not just because of ESPN. If it was one-on-one, then someone would interfere and cost Alexa. That's the other frustrating thing, isn't it? The shenanigans that we have to sort of deal with. Daze World Cup for after Portugal 5-0 Uzbekistan SmackDown Tuesday, no spoilers. The Open should be Sammy Danhausen. We're back, says Mayor Pete, thank you. Okay. So I've got Alexa in the corner. You'll have to tell me if we're in the right place. So we got Alexa trying to go over to make the tag to Tiffany. Name is Josh said it's crazy that there's like an hour of commercials. Tag being made. I've got Tiffany coming in. Clothesline. And again, down goes B-Fab. Back elbow there by Tiffany. B-Fab is in as Tiffany slams down Alabama slam there to B-Fab. B-Fab kicking out. Word Live Cena fan said WWE Shop just released the replica crown dual championship. It's $2,000. I saw it at the WrestleMania Superstore. It's currently the most popular item that's being purchased. Well, I don't believe that. I don't believe it's currently the most popular item. I mean, maybe if we're talking a half-hour basis. I don't know. But they ain't shifting loads of $2,000 crowns. They might be selling a few. Tiffany going up. Looking for... Swanton connects. We're in the Attitude Era, said Cleveland Brown. Oh, that's nice. The Attitude Era. That's nice. Alexa dragging Michin to the outsides. Michin goes down. Alexa going after her. Alexa goes over the barricades. In the ring, we got Tiffany. She's kicking out to Michin. She's got B-Fab on her shoulders. She's got her in the corner. There's Jade. Jade gets involved. Jade pops up. B-Fab with a... I don't know what she went for. She planted her face first, and it's a victory. Well, that was a lot shorter than I was expecting it to be. Perhaps we've got a lot on the agenda. I don't know. But there we go. Women's match is done. Let's get match scores. What did you think? Jade getting involved. I didn't think they would get the dub, says Wrestle Rants. Okay. Tiffany is in the corner. Chelsea's music hits. She comes down with a kendo stick. Chelsea with a kendo stick coming to Tiffany's rescue. I think she's dropped it. She moves out the way. What the hell? I wonder if that's going to lead to a 6-person tag. I kind of like Chelsea coming down with a kendo and then dropping it. But I think she should have paid the price for that. Not made Michin and B-Fab look goofy. Michin just went to the corner and bumped into the corner. Ended up chucking herself out the ring, which looked a bit weird. Okay, July 21st. That's when Unreal Season 3 is going to be dropping. Okay, they're talking about the bloodline situation. So we're turning our attention over now to Damien, R-Truth, Tama, Tala, Solo. Solo obviously made his presence felt on Monday. Okay, we're backstage with Solo. This could be interesting. Here's Tala, Tama, They don't look happy. We're tired of getting dragged into your war. Your obsession with Roman is tearing this group apart. They're blaming him for last week. They did walk away from him last week. Wow. We got word from the elders. Me and Tama are out. Wow. That felt like a big section. Tama and Tala. Okay, I think we've gone commercial break. Tama and Tala said they had word from the elders and they are out. Now, I mean, look, we're going to have to see if that is true. We're going to have to wait and see if that is exactly what, you know, this is. But that's interesting. I don't know. I could see Solo being outnumbered, or, you know, the Usos kind of surrounding him with Jacob and then Tama kind of coming back. But that's interesting. That is interesting. I like how they said it as well about how the elders have said they're out. Kind of adds a bit of kind of gravitas to the situation. So, yeah. Maybe Zilla sides with Solo. Well, it's not impossible. I would have my reservations, to be honest, because Zilla's been operating at a kind of level that's an indie level. I mean, to go from the indies straight to the main roster is a hell of a jump. I mean, we didn't do that with Solo. Solo went through NXT first. So, you know, that's why I'm thinking NXT would be a good place for Zilla to go first. But we live in a world where there's not much patience. Most people are just going to get Zilla involved in that bloodline story straight away. But I don't know. I think we are going a bit from 0 to 100 if we do that. But listen, WWE are going to do what they think is right for them. AB says, Daze, Tiffany, B-Fab, Michin was a full 10 stars. It cooked. The match went crazy. Solo is a personality. I'm interested to see what happens, said Wrestle Rants. Daze, NXT did 668. We spoke about that. Connor said, what's next for Solo? Well, I'm still not convinced that Tama and Tala are out. It could just be a swerve. It could just be, you know, a situation where it's a trap or something that's being set, where people think he's now vulnerable and he's on his own, but actually he's not vulnerable and on his own. Days, I see a PLE are a story themselves. First match is always hot start. Then we get a lower match to bring the crowd down. Then another banger. And after that, we keep doing it until the main event, said TJF. Yeah, it can get structured slightly different. I mean, to be honest, I am interested in seeing how it gets structured now, because I think that first hour being free is really interesting, and all of a sudden, you know, maybe changes the way that they want to structure a PLE. Obviously, your main event is your big match. But, yeah, historically, the opening match, the first match, is also something that, you know, really sets the tone, really grabs attention, really, you know, draws you in. And as we said, tomorrow, we've actually got the King of the Ring final and the Queen of the Ring final being the first two matches in that first hour. And then they've saved, like, Trick and Tiffany for the actual kind of later part of the event, which is a bit of a head scratcher. Glockness said we're back, thank you. Okay, we're seeing shots of London. We're seeing the Shard. which is that big tower. And Tower Bridge, of course. So, they're just showing a replay of what just went down in that last match. Keep getting your votes in. What did you think about that opening match? Let's get a score. I don't know if we need a replay of this, to be honest. I could see that setting up a 6-person tag. Not for tonight. B-Fab, Michin, Tiffy, they need time for these matches. That's the only way they're going to excel, said Word Live Cena fam. Here's B-Fab. All right, Jade wants Chelsea. Okay. She was pretty livid. Jade wants Chelsea, and Nick was more than happy to do that. Okay, here we go then. Nathan Frazer is going to be in action, taking on Rey Fenix for that AAA Cruiserweight Championship. Nathan versus... Hopefully this will bang. Keep your eyes on the skies for this one. Not much of a reaction there for Rey Fenix. Okay, Rey Fenix coming out. Get your votes in, so I want to end this poll soon. We need to end this poll. As Rey Fenix in the entranceway. We got a little bit of pyro. We got both the crowns in the entranceway as well. I don't think I'd want to cross the elders since the Tongan's father is Haku, said Brandon. That's an excellent point. If Haku tells you something, you're doing it. Is that true, though? Did the elders actually say that to him? Okay, Rey Fenix making his way down to the ring. This AAA Cruiserweight Championship on the line. Should be a lot of fun, this one. Connor said, do we think that it should be best for Michin B-Fab to both go to NXT? I don't know, to be honest. The women's division in NXT is actually really good. So NXT don't necessarily need Michin and B-Fab. I don't think NXT gains much there. I think B-Fab definitely feels to me more limited than a lot of the girls in NXT. Michin has got experience, but don't think she's really got that connection with the audience. So, I mean, she could go down and work on that, but I think as, like, minions for Jade, they're okay. I see them as, like, do you remember the Singh brothers with Jinder Mahal? He had the Singh brothers, or J&J Security with Seth. Or, you know, like Zack Ryder and Hawkins. You know, that kind of level. It's okay. It's okay to have people at that level. You need people at that level. I see him as being at that Otis Akira Tozawa level, you know? So... yeah, I mean, if we want to really do something with them, then, you know, maybe you send them down to NXT and you have them kind of work with Sean and the trainers. But if you want them just to be backup for Jade, they're probably doing the right thing. Okay, I'm going to end this because if I don't end this poll, we're all going to get confused. Lovely work there by Nathan. I like Nathan's gear. It looks very classy as he hurls Rey Fenix into the corner. Okay, you lot said that opening match was good 90. Good 90. Up on top, looking for a big crossbody as Nathan Frazer goes down. TJF said the elders will be Haku and Rikishi. They are both bad men. That is true. Okay, Frazer on the outsides. Fenix. He's looking to go up top. He is up top. And big crossbody, big air. Quite good hang time, actually. So, again, not a loud crowd, is it? This was the same night as England against Ghana. I believe that they... Oh, it sounds quiet. It does sound quiet. Over the top. Big air. Comes crashing down on Fenix. Okay, I think we're going to commercial break. We are... Yeah, I gotta say, the crowd are very, very quiet. I mean, if people are saying there wasn't loads of people there, just judging them from what I'm hearing, I could believe it. But, you know, it is what it is. Daze, Jade shouldn't win at Night of Champions, otherwise it'll just be a repeat from when she beat Tiffy in mere seconds, says Word Life Cena fan. Benito said, do we think The Rock arrives tomorrow to do a random finger gesture? So the fans can speculate, but it has no explanation. Then he vanishes for months. Well, I hope so. I hope so. It gives us something to talk about. Yeah, all of that was wild. Do you know, Sean Ross that reported that hand gesture meant nothing and that hand gesture was just a nonsense. And there was a lot of back and forth, a lot of people kind of saying that it does mean something, you're wrong, and all this kind of stuff. I think we can sit here now and say it doesn't. It doesn't mean anything. It was a nonsense. It didn't lead to anything. Do you remember when he popped up at that Netflix premiere and all of a sudden said, right, you don't know this, but actually me and Cody are really good friends now? And we were like, what? You flipping hate Cody? How are you friends now? He's like, yeah, look, here's a picture of our moms together. And Cody actually came to my film premiere, so we're actually really good friends. And then a few months later, Cody turns around and tells The Rock to go F himself. That story was so botched. So botched. Maybe they did have a plan, but it just they never went through with it. I don't know. Rob said, I hope the random finger gesture is him doing the severed thumb. I can't do it. It's that sort of thing, isn't it? Or something like that. It's like that, isn't it? But I can't quite do it. Daze, do you remember when The Rock stole Punk Andrews' main event, Hell in a Cell spot for Roman Cody tag match? Said Rapturous. He's done that quite a bit, where he's kind of come in and the thing is, he's such a big star that it's hard, isn't it? If he's available, it's hard to kind of turn down using him. I really enjoyed Dominion Hogan Genesis New Beginning, said Alex. Femi is going to win tomorrow, said Janelle. He's going to face Brock on Saturday. He's going to win and then face Roman for the World Heavyweight title. That looked naughty, said King Yeti. Yeah, you'll have to let me know when we're back. I know there's people saying that we're at picture-in-picture, but I do not have that footage. They had a New Japan CMLL crossover, says Alex. Okay, glad you enjoyed it. There's going to be a lot of people having to make a few choices this weekend because we've got a lot of different shows on Sunday. We're doing NXT, but there is a AEW show. There's also a TNA show. Do we think Cody wins? If he does, when will he lose? I think he probably does. There are rumors they want to do him and CM Punk, and I've got to think that's for the title. Austin said we're back. Thank you. Okay, we're back. I've got Nathan Frazer in the ring then with Rey Fenix. Rey Fenix with some back elbows. He's trying to battle a way out. We're 50 minutes in the show. And we're doing a good job of keeping in sync, I think. Fenix gets the rope handspring to the back. Look at that. Into a stunner. Look really good. He's got Nathan Frazer on his shoulders. Oh. Net breaker as well. 1, 2. Kick out there by Nathan Frazer. Yeah, okay. Some good stuff here. Look at that. That cutter was so great. It's really great. Okay, so Nathan and Fenix are cooking. Let's go Fenix. Okay, let's go Fenix. I don't know how Nathan Frazer's going to feel about that. As Rey Fenix climbing up. Top rope enziguri. Lovely work there by Nathan as Nathan climbs up. He's grabbing Fenix. We're up top looking... Okay, flips over, lands on his feet. Goes back up again. Looking for a superplex. Gets it. Goes through. Looking... Oh, no, reversed. 1, 2. Lovely counter. Both kip up. Both kicking each other and both go down. Oh, what a great sequence. Really good. And the crowd appreciate it. Now we're cooking. Now we're talking. We've actually got a "This is awesome" chant that's ringing out right now. So, Rey Fenix is down. Nathan Frazer is on his knees. Getting back up to his feet. He's grabbing Rey Fenix. Shot coming in there by Nathan. Shot coming back by Fenix. These two exchanging blows. Back and forth. Another forearm shot coming in there by Rey Fenix. Nathan Frazer, as we said, such a fun prospect. I like this gear of his as well. I mean, it looks quite classy. Kick coming in. Goes down to his knees. Oh, Spanish fly off the middle rope. Oh, he botched it, but still got it. That was unbelievable. Oh, look at this. 1, 2, Fenix kicks out. So he just botched that Spanish fly off the middle rope. Slipped, but he still managed to deliver it. Lovely. Net breaker, looking for that cover. So good. This match is great, says Jeremy. Right now, we've got Frazer going up. Oh, lands on the feet, sticks the landing. Kick coming in by Fenix. Fenix charging over, double knees. He's got Nathan Frazer. Bang, shot coming in. Muscle buster. This is like a finishing sequence for Rey Fenix. Can't get it, though. Some of the action in this thing's been great. Top rope enziguri. Rey Fenix to the outside. Rey Fenix on the outside. Nathan Frazer in the ring. He's having a little look. He's saying a few words. He's getting up to his feet. He's going to go against the ropes. And suicide dive. Oh, crashes and burns. He goes face first into that table. We got a "This is awesome" chant that's just broken out again. Although I'm not sure I can see people actually saying it. Big splash there. 1, 2. No joy. I don't know about that second "This is awesome" chant, you know. I was looking at the front rows. I couldn't see anyone saying it. I could believe that maybe some other area was saying it, but I wouldn't be shocked if they sweetened it in a few places, because this is obviously taped. Right now, he's going for a muscle buster. Spinning him round, drives him down. 1, 2, 3. Awesome match. Okay, let's get... tell you what, quite quick matches. First match was quite quick. This match felt quick. Not necessarily in a bad way, though. I mean, it was a lot of fun. Just showing a replay. Good match that was, said Glotness. Pre-recorded and piped in, said Pat. Maybe. I can't say 100%. But I was just looking at that second This Is Awesome chat. I couldn't see anyone in the front rows joining in and saying it. Could have come from a different part of the crowds. Certainly, I can see people on their feet applauding, though. The crowd definitely enjoyed the match, and why wouldn't they? Really good. Fenix showing respect over to Nathan Frazer. Goes over, helps him to his feet. Embraces Nathan Frazer. Goods. Okay, we're backstage. We've got R-Truth and Damian Priest. Get your scores in for that match. What did you think about that last match? We're backstage with the tag champs. Okay, here's War Raiders. They've got the AAA tag belts. Let's put all the gold on the line. Yeah. Oh. Don't talk about the Judgment Day. This is the way I talk. Okay, I'm enjoying this from R-Truth. He's talking to the War Raiders like they're luchadors because they've got the AAA tag titles. Very good. Very good. Someone's arrived. Someone significant. It's LA Knight. Wow. That's a big entrance for LA Knight. Arriving in a car backstage. Okay. Okay. Well, there we go. LA Knight is heading to the ring. I thought that R-Truth segment was pretty good. Sometimes him getting confused feels a bit repetitive to me. But actually, him kind of seeing those AAA belts, thinking the War Raiders are luchadors, speaking with a slight accent, but not in an offensive way. Goods. Okay, commercial. Oh, I've got a little advert here for Night of Champions. Have you guys not got that? It probably feels short because the stuff that happens during picture-in-picture or Netflix stream gets shaved up. That's true. Yeah, that's true. That's true. I am actually watching this show a lot more like what you lot would in America. Because normally I stay with the action when you go to commercial. So, yeah, that's a good point. It's a good point. No, we don't, says Draco. Okay. I am just looking. I mean, this isn't a spoiler. I'm just watching a Night of Champions King of the Ring video. I'm guessing you'll get that when you come back from commercial break. I'm just going to get to the end of it. Paige is coming home to London, said Uji. Anna said, are you watching Forbidden Door? No. We're doing NXT Great American Bash. Okay, Jay, Oba. This is a long video package. I'm just waiting for this video package to end. Okay, there we go. Dun, 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 dun. Oh my God. Few boos as they show a graphic for Oba J. I'm guessing those boos are for Jay. There might be Oba chants, actually. Okay, I've paused it there. So, when you are at the end of the Night of Champions video and you see the Oba J graphic and that goes off screen, that's where I'm waiting. Let me know when we're there. Let me know when we're there. Right, Daze, sod that rock hand gesture. Let's get drunk Dwayne back, said TJF. That's what we need. That's what would bring the ratings back. Triple H, having lost Garza, lose to Danhausen and Ryder after being in AAA seems equivalent to Vince burying Triple H's NXT. I don't know what you're talking about. Daze, what if Randy makes his return at Night of Champions? Maybe. He could do. I'm not expecting him, but it's not impossible. You're watching Great American Bash. I'm watching Great American Bash, yes. Great American Bash, we're doing... on Saturday, we're doing Night of Champions. On Sunday, we're doing Great American Bash. Alex said, I would love for Sammy to actually win the title on Saturday. I can't lie, says Alex. Okay, Edward said we're at the end of adverts. Then we've got a Night of Champions video. Let me know when you pass all of that. I just saw the graphic for Oba J, and then it's just kind of cut back to the arena. Days, WWE will somehow have Danhausen electrocute everyone to be their old self. Johnny can have every cruiserweight compete against Rey Fenix for his title except Johnny and use him for Sammy. Yeah, I'm looking forward to getting Johnny up and running. WrestleRant said we're back. Are we off that Night of Champions commercial? That's what I'm waiting for. Oh, we got the night ad now. Okay. Yeah. It was hard to tell when the commercial break kicked in. Was it before the Night of Champs advert or after it? Turned out it was before it. Eric said it's been reported on Twitter Zilla is going to go to WWE. I gotta be honest, I'm thrilled because it means that we're not going to keep getting people asking about it. Okay, Night of Champs ad over. Thank you. Okay, LA Knight coming out then. Good. See, even when it goes a little awry, we can still find our way back. LA Knight making his way down. Right, let's see what LA Knight has got to say. If you haven't voted in the poll for that last match, get your votes in. Any word on why Money in the Bank so late? Not that I'm aware of, no. I can only imagine they just wanted a bit more room over the summer where to not have it as cluttered. I know that was a big criticism last summer, that it felt too cluttered in the summer. I mean, don't forget, not only have they sort of moved, we don't really have a PLE in July. Not only have they moved Money in the Bank, but we're not doing Evolution this year. We did Evolution as well last year. So I'm wondering if it's something to do with how cluttered it all felt. Okay, LA Knight in the ring. Let's see what LA Knight has got to say. Bum, 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 bum. LA Knight. LA Knight. LA Knight. He's still over. Still got his supporters. He's still got to be in the mix. Okay. Few cheers. Let me talk to you. Let me talk to you. Yeah. A bit of an unexpected assist. Okay, so LA Knight calling out Solo. Okay, here's Solo coming out. Where's this going? Because LA Knight's got a problem with the bloodline. Solo's got a problem with the bloodline. Solo's finding himself seemingly without Tala and Tama, although I'm not sure that I believe it at the moment. Solo making his way down to the ring. Daze, who have we got winning the men's Money in the Bank? I haven't even thought about it, but not until we actually get past SummerSlam and we kind of know what the landscape looks like. Solo making his way into the ring. I hope this is a good segment. I don't really know what to expect from this segment, but I hope it's good. We're 10 minutes into the second hour of this week's SmackDown. I'm going to end the poll so that I don't get confused or lost. Okay, you lot really enjoyed that Nathan Fenix match. You said it was great. 57. Solo Sikoa. Oh, Solo Sikoa. He'll be enjoying that. He'll be enjoying that. Oh, Solo Sikoa. Okay. First of all, that's a bit catchy. Okay, Solo's like, calm down. If you're looking for a fight, you've wasted your time. Everyone in my family has left me. I'm still not buying it, and I don't think LA Knight should necessarily buy it. My heart doesn't pump purple. I don't even know what that means. Oh, LA Knight said, well, this leaves you right open to go back into the folds. That's gets some OTC chance. This is a little bit of the problem, to be honest, is the fans do like Roman. So him constantly going on about the bloodline and how he hates the bloodline, it's not really connecting with people. Yeah, I was not wondering why he did that. There was no mystery for me why he attacked Jimmy. I hate Jacob. I hate the Usos. I hate the OTC Roman Reigns said Solo. I hate that family. LA Knight takes a couple of steps back there, which was quite good. There's one thing we have in common. You and me. Does not like the bloodline, yeah. You should hate Roman. Jimmy should hate him. Jay should hate him. I have no family. I have nothing to lose. It's just me, Oos. Sikoa. We can work together, says Solo. Okay, LA Knight looking a little confused. The fans are going, yeah. The fans are going, yes. We can be friends. LA Knight ain't buying it, and I don't blame him. Do I hate the bloodline? Yeah. Am I outnumbered? Yeah. Okay, LA Knight said he doesn't need Solo. I'm going to be very interested to see what you lot scored this segment, you know. Thanks, but no thanks. LA Knight says, and exits the ring. I feel like this segment was SmackDown's creative team trying to do what Raw's creative team do, but just not quite getting it. Just not quite getting it, you know? It's like a good college effort, you know? They gave it a good go, but I didn't find that as engaging personally, but let's have a look, see what you lot thought. We're backstage with Sammy. I did what anyone else would have done. Ah, there's Johnny and Candice. Good things happen to good people. Past few months have not been great for me, says Sammy. He turns to Johnny. I've got a chance to redeem myself, says Sammy. I'm going to be the champ. I'm going to redeem myself. I think there was a moment there where he kind of was like, oh, it's meant to be this way. The stars have aligned. I fell short in Saudi at the Rumble, but now we're going back to Saudi. I can redeem myself. I'm going to do it. I'm going to be the champ. So, okay, Paige making a main dance. She got a nice pop, actually. That wasn't a bad little pop. If it was real. I'd imagine it was. She's taking on Jacy Jayne. Hopefully it'll be a good match. Dun dun dun. Dun dun. Bam 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 bam. Okay, Paige. I'm going to press pause. Oh, I've gone to commercial. Okay. LA won't come around immediately. Solo is desperate and he's going to try and find anyone to help. But that's the story and they will end up working together, says Mayor Pete. I could see Knight and Solo teaming up and recruiting Royce, said Denim Chicken. Well, I wonder if this is true. I mean, I'm still skeptical. But I wonder if they're trying to make a more interesting group other than the MFTs. I wonder if we're just done with the MFTs. And I wonder if the plan is to, you know, as you said, do LA Knight, Royce, Solo, and create a more interesting group to take on the Bloodline. All right. I'm here for it if that's what we're doing. Wrestling fan Brack said, if Road Dogg wrestled Ethan Page, who would win? I would imagine Ethan Page right now, considering the age of Road Dogg. Tristan said, did we hear Candice turn babyface on main events? No. I don't know, actually, if that's going to play into any sort of story. I think main event's a bit like Las Vegas. What happens there stays there. Solo said he hates both Roman and the Usos, but Solo never mentioned if he hates Jacob. No, I think he said he hates Jacob. Paige has made her way down. She has. She's going to be taking on Jacy coming up next. It would be somewhat different, so I wouldn't be opposed, said Denim Chicken. Ethan Page's first title run on the main roster is going to be so much fun, said Alex. We're at commercial at the moment. Yes, I'm with you on that. I thought I was alone on that. Okay, so we've got Paige and Jacy. That's going to be our next match. We are sneaking our way towards the halfway point on this show. And I think it's been okay. I mean, I think Nathan and Rey Fenix was a decent segment. The Trick Open felt a bit flat for an open. Opening match a bit flat for an opening match. LA Knight Solo was okay. Nathan Phoenix still the high point. Johnny could actually help Sammy, said Connor. He could. Cody's title reign has been ruined by creative, says Empower Warren. I'd rather have him drop the belt now to serve another storyline, especially if they're going to unify belts. I don't know they're unifying any belts. I think they like having the two world champions. Do you think Paige would have got a bigger pop if she had an AEW theme? No. I don't even know what her AEW theme is. And I doubt most casual WWE fans would know what her AEW theme is. Gamer Ryan said she looks fantastic. World Life Cena fan said, when Oba does get the World Heavyweight Championship, how long of a reign should he have? Again, it depends on what the landscape looks like. Because, you know, you would obviously think it would be a healthy, lengthy reign. But again, it just depends where we are with people and how many challengers there are. And can we have someone screw him over? Do you want to hold off on him having a long reign at first? Do you want to save that for a bit further down the road? So, again, depends when he gets it, what the landscape looks like. This seems like a long commercial break. Paige's theme in AEW was awful. I hardly remember it. I just know that it was bad. Daze, it was more like a rock song similar to Becky's song. I don't know it. I really doubt many people would know it, so I can't say she would get a bigger pop. I think the pop she just got there was good. I don't think it's anything to do with her theme. It's just because, obviously, she's from the UK. And, you know, she's back home and, you know, people always appreciate their own. Alex said, I genuinely can't remember what it was. I just tried to block her AEW run from memory because that was a rough period. Do you know, you're not wrong. I actually had a few questions around should she come back to WWE because I was that underwhelmed by what I'd seen from her in AEW. I think it's been okay. I mean, I think her tag team with Brie has been a little bit slow to get going, but understandable. You know, Brie's been out of wrestling so long. Paige has been out of wrestling for a long time. You can understand there being ring rust. So I think it's took them a little while to get rid of that. But hopefully I've seen some improvements with their matches recently. So this match could be, you know, this could be okay. I love Paige. I've been happy with her since coming back to WWE. She's been all right in the ring, said Alex. Is Baron Corbin still returning? I think all of that's gone very quiet, Guitar Crow. Very quiet. He said, end of adverts, thank you. He said that it was just speculation. So he's kind of been implying that there was nothing to it. But you never know if you can trust that. Because he might just be saying it to throw you off the scent. So I must admit it's gone very quiet. Okay, here we go then. Fatal Influence. You can't say it the same. Okay, Jacy making her way down, giving a bit of attitude to the camera. Obviously, Fallon and Laney are both with her as well. I really like Fatal Influence. I really enjoy watching them work. Okay, Daze, Ethan has the Rican United States Championship. Rican is my made-up wrestling company, said Wrestling Fan Brax. Daze, Big Cass Enzo news has gone quiet too, said Connor. That's true. I feel like there's something to the Enzo news, though. People were saying he was spotted at the Performance Center. Don't think Big Cass or Baron Corbin have been spotted at the Performance Center. So I feel like the Enzo news is, of the three, the strongest news. Okay, here we go then. Jacy, Jayne, Paige. That gets underway. Bella sounded. It's going to end the poll so we don't get confused. LA Knight segments. You lot said. Baron's tag champion MLW, said TJF. Thank you. You lot said good nighty. So not blown away by that. About 150 votes, so not a bad sample size. Okay, going for a cover. Okay, Paige going into the corner. Kicks coming in there by Jacy. Pop, 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 pop. Jacy screaming out at the ref. She got her foot right in the throat there of Paige. Jacy in the ring said, "This is my house." Charging over as Paige moves out the way. Oh my God. That slap had a bit of extra on it. Paige hurling Jacy over. Again with Jacy chucking her into the ropes. I'm not sure if that quite went to plan there. Paige yells out, "This is my house." Headbutt coming in there by Paige. Grabbing Jacy, taking her into the corner. And again, "This is your house" chant comes back by the crowds. Jacy going into that middle turnbuckle now and then getting chucked down to the bottom. Paige stomping away there on Jacy. Smile on Paige's face as she comes over, grabs the leg of Jacy. Jacy goes down. And, okay, that's quite nice. Chin lock in. Pulling back there on... oh, she gets to the ropes. Pulling back on the chin. And Jacy gets Paige away. And she goes to the outside to regroup. We want a timeout. We need a timeout here. I'm not sure Paige is going to be given a timeout as she cannonballs to the outside. Fallon goes down. Laney goes down. Big boot there by Jacy. That could be a commercial spot. "This is my house now," said Jacy. And that is a commercial spot as we fade to black. Okay, another commercial spot. Commercial break, says Austin. "We need Randy Orton back as soon as possible," says Connor. "Baron Corbin's awesome. That is all," says Austin. Oh, Austin's always been a big fan, yeah. Always been Baron Corbin's #1 supporter. I mean, I don't mind him coming back. And certainly if he comes back, goes into NXT. I mean, we've spoken a lot about how it feels that NXT men's division needs a boost. You know, kind of, it still feels like they're lacking some top-end experience. I don't think they need loads, but if they had, say, Mike Santana, an Enzo, maybe a Vikingo from AAA, you know, that, or a Baron Corbin in there, I mean, I think that would be really helpful at the moment. They just lost Oba, I say just. Earlier this year, they lost Trick, they lost Javon, they lost Oba. You know, they've lost Ricky, they've lost Ethan. They've took a hit. There's been some, you know, and then you think on the women's side, with Fatal Influence going up, Giulia going up as well, like Jordan Grace not long ago, Stephanie not that long ago. So over the past like 12 months, there's been a lot of people that have found their way from NXT, and NXT just needing that little bit of support. So Baron was NXT Tag Champ with Bron Breakker, says Connor. NXT also lost Sol Ruka, yes, for Beach Kevin. Yeah, good shout. I'll never forget the internet meltdown after he pinned Roman on SmackDown, said Alex. William, hello. I hope you're doing well. If only King of the Ring was for a world title back when Corbin won it, he would have been world champ for sure. Maybe. Money in the Bank didn't go so well for him. Maybe. Do we think Mr. Kennedy will ever come back, said Word Life Cena fan? Don't think so. You know, they're getting a little bit like when the #1 contenders are just two guys that only just arrived to NXT, said Denim Chicken, yeah. Naraku and Will Cruz. Jackson Drake kind of sniffing around that area as well. It's true. You sort of think like, okay, when we're done with Naraku and Tony, who does Naraku move on to? And it's like, well, I don't know. I mean, he's already faced Will Cruz. You've got Jackson Drake. You can maybe push up Miles Bourne, maybe a Tavian Heights, maybe a Keanu Carver. But I mean, we're not drowning in like big names that have been there for a long time. So it's definitely the area that needs a bit of a boost, a bit of support. Austin said, no, not maybe. We don't talk about that Money in the Bank moment. Right, sorry. Got you. That Money in the Bank cash-in was hilarious. Let's be real, said Alex. I hope Paige is going to win against Jacy, said Mr. Renegades. Well, she's got to stand a good chance, what with this coming from the UK. Although saying that, they do often have people lose in their hometown. So Edward said we're back from commercial. So I've pressed play. We are at the halfway point right now. Hour and a half of SmackDown, and we're doing okay keeping in sync. I'm quite pleased with where we are. Okay, nice work there by Paige. Goes for a clothesline with Jacy. Jacy goes down. Paige goes down. Nice sell there by Jacy. I thought she looked good there. Jacy over against the ropes. Shot coming in. These two exchanging a few blows at the moment. Kick there by Jacy. Her kicks normally look very good. Another shot coming in. Big blow coming in. Okay. Backing up. Charging in. Clothesline. She's back up round the back. Oh, nice. German suplex there by Paige. Okay, looking for fisherman suplex. Paige Turner. Going for a cover. 1, 2. Paige. Kick out there by Jacy. So, Paige in control. And the fans start chanting, let's go, Paige. Right now, going for a rampage. Looking for a rampage. Not quite getting it at the moment. Jacy with a couple of shots in. 1, 2. Kick out there by Paige. Jacy back up. Duck underneath. Against the ropes. Big knee. Paige goes down. 1, 2. Kick out there by Paige. Crowd a little bit quiet. They were chanting for Paige just though. Jacy on her knees trying to get over to the corner. Gets back up to her feet. She's in the corner. She's telling Paige to get up. She's got her in her sights. Here we go. Paige coming up to her feet. Rolling encore into a backslide. It's a little bit slow in places. It's a little like... I don't know, it's lacking a bit of pace. 1, 2, she's using the ropes. Oh, Brie tried to jump in. I don't know. I don't think Brie did get involved there. She tried to. I don't know if she succeeded. Even though she tried to, she ends up going into that ring post. Jacy rolling up Paige. 2. Chose to kick out. 1, rolls her up 2. She gets it. It's a bit sloppy at the end. Paige manages to pick up the victory. I kind of get the impression that maybe Paige just ran a little bit out of steam towards the end. Kind of felt a little bit slow. I think there was maybe some outside interference that didn't quite work. There's a couple of spots that just looked a little... I mean, nothing that's like ruined the match or anything. It was fine. That's fine. Actually, as a singles match goes, it was better than I was expecting, maybe. We're backstage. Okay, we have Miz, so we got a Danhausen segment. Okay, Los Garza just arguing with Matt Cardona. Oh, he's having a little peek. Okay, are we going back to commercial break again? Is that commercial break again? Is it? 'Cause it just faded to black. Not a fan of Jacy losing clean to Paige like that, said Empower Warren. TJF said, I think Evil wins the championship from Tony. I think the next opponent will be the debut of Takahashi. Takahashi. That is... that's a name that I've not really heard much updates on either, to be honest. I do find myself wondering what they've got up their sleeve for this weekend. There is a chance, a great chance, that someone's going to make a debut this weekend. I'm expecting something. I mean, WWE know that they're going up against TNA and AEW. I think they're definitely going to look to, you know, make some noise. So I'm looking forward to it. Yeah, Takahashi maybe makes his presence felt this weekend. Austin said, yeah, we're at commercials again. Oh, it's annoying this, isn't it? It's annoying this that we're back at commercials. I don't feel like we came back from commercials too long then. Who is this mystery person, says Connor. Daze, is that a mystery opponent a monster or something? We don't know, Connor, do we? There's no words on it. Mr. Renegade said, are you doing Forbidden Door on Sunday? No, we're doing NXT Great American Bash. We're at adverts. I wish WWE would stop doing steel cage matches. I don't have any interest for Seth Braun. I think it's mainly because of the cage. We need weapons being brought into play or something. Hell in a Cell would be better. I just don't know if they've got plans for a Hell in a Cell soon anyway. I rated that match as being good, said Lucky Yell. Mark said, do we think if Seth loses to Braun that he retires? I don't think so. I think Seth's still got plenty in the tank. I don't think he'd want to go out at Saudi. I mean, I think like there's definitely only a few years left. I don't know what his contract looks like, but no, I'm not expecting it to be a case that he retires in Saudi. I think he would definitely want to get a WrestleMania under his belt, maybe another match with Roman. Who knows, maybe even do a little something with Becky or whatever. So I'm not getting any vibes that, you know, he's going to be calling it quits anytime soon. Qatar Crow said if they keep dragging out this mystery person, it's only going to backfire on him and it'll feel like a huge letdown. That is true. I think at the moment it's sort of in the background and it's not a major focus. So it's sort of just in the background at the moment, but yeah, I think people would like to get some answers on it. Quick question. I did attend the Vienna, West Virginia wrestling show last night. Okay. That's not a question. Quick question. I did this. Well, I hope you had fun. When was the last time WWE had a good lumberjack match or an Inferno match, said Mr. Renegades. Yeah, there are a couple of stipulations we haven't seen in a long time. That's something we could do as being something a bit different. Have we ever had a good Inferno match, said Alex. I think the Kane Bray one was not bad. End of adverts. Okay, here we go. We're back. We got Finn Balor and Tala Orr. Well, that could be interesting. This reminds me of the Tama I used to run with. That was a long time ago, says Tama. Shinsuke's from my past. And we all saw how that went. Okay, SmackDown. You've managed to get me quite interested in what you're doing here. Okay, we got Danhausen coming out. Here's Danhausen. He's bringing out Miz. And Kit Wilson. Now, I might have seen this bit. WWE put out a short that had Danhausen, Miz, and Kit Wilson. And I had no idea where that had come from. Okay, Kit Wilson's just kind of accidentally walked into the barricade there. Okay, Kit Wilson. Okay, Miz is struggling to figure out how to use the ring steps. This does feel like it's come from the same mind as whoever came up with the gingerbread man thing. This is just not the sort of thing we've been seeing recently. Other than the gingerbread man segment. Danhausen TV is what we've got. There we go. The Legion of Danhausen, I'm into that. Let's give it up for the hometown boy, Kit Wilson. Why has he got his back? Why have they got their back to the camera? Okay, Los Garza are coming out. Quite fancy looking graphics for Los Garza. Way better is a stretch, but Jade has got a presence to her at least. And I'll give you that, Jordan, because she's boring to me. Denham said, I'd say this is worse than the Gingerbread Man. They're burying one legendary talent and one upcoming talent. Jojo said, this is for the kids. Danhausen in the ring with Los Garza is backing away. Matt Cardona's coming down. Matt Cardona, he got shot too, didn't he? Corey Graves is like, well, he's never been right to begin with. Okay, Nick Aldis is coming out. I don't know what this is, but it needs to end sooner than later. Well, there we go. Okay, tag match, Danhausen and Matt Cardona against Los Garza. Where did... Oh, commercial break again. Where did Miz and Kit Wilson go? They just got beat up and they're on the outside of the ring now. To be honest, they couldn't even figure out how to use the ring steps. So they're probably just bumbling around the ringside area looking a bit lost. Okay. Right, commercial break. I've hit pause. Cardona out to 0 reaction. I didn't even know whose music that was. Neither did I, but no, honestly, neither did I. Matt Cardona wanted the WWE title on his return. Look where he is now. Daze, the steel cage match would be better if WWE got rid of the escaping the cage way of winning said word live. Cena fan. Jared said, yeah, sorry, Daze, I booked this. Do you not like... I don't know. I'm a bit split on it, honestly. I think that people love Danhausen, so you've got to find a way of using him. I think electrocuting Miz and Kit Wilson, having them go back to their old gimmicks is pretty fun. I feel like we've done a couple of weeks of that joke, them coming down to the ring, I don't know, it's a bit like, what have you got now, you know? And at the moment, there was nothing. It was just Miz saying awesome and Kit Wilson going toxic, toxic. So how many times can you laugh at the same joke? If you know what I mean? Like, that's where this segment just struggled a bit for me. It got us to this tag match. You know, Los Garza interrupts and it gets us to this. But for me, like, this is WWE. This is what they do. This is what they've done with R-Truth as well. Is, you know, they find something that works and they just keep doing it again and again and again until it stops being funny or it stops having an impact, you know. So with that segment, I was sort of looking for something different. I didn't really get anything, so. But really, it wasn't that long of a segment. It was just to set this match up. That's fine. So it's fine. I can't say I'm like offended by it or whatever, but I think I am looking for something more than just the joke being Miz says awesome when my hand goes up your mouth, you know, the old catchphrases. And Kit Wilson just going toxic, toxic, toxic. So that'll be the challenge as we move forwards. Willow said it's like a bad Vince type of humour. Jojo said the kids are enjoying it. It's just entertainment. Mayor Pete said Danhausen isn't for everyone. That's true. I think he's definitely connected with the masses, though. I mean, the merch that he's shifting and the pop that he gets when he comes out. Like, this is why I'm not, like, ranting or appalled by it. Like, it didn't really do anything for me, but I get that there's lots of people that will have got something from it. The wrestling show last night, in the main event, Heath Slater defeated Mr. Anderson, better known as Mr. Kennedy. Enzo won and Rock and Roll Express won. Tristan, do you know what questions are? Do you know what a question is? Please respond. There, look, James, there's a good one. James said, Daze, how you doing today? That's a question. That's what a question is. End of advert. I'm doing all right, thank you. James, I hope you're doing well. I'm doing really good. I'm feeling really good. I'm feeling like really ready for this weekend. I'm actually really looking forward to Night of Champions because we have so many conversations about where we're going for SummerSlam, who's going to win, what's SummerSlam going to look like. I'm really ready to take that next step and actually, you know, go into a conversation more about, right, they've won, this is where we're going. I think, you know, we've done the dating stage. I'm ready for something more serious. I'm ready for that next step. I'm ready for a bigger commitment. So, yeah, we've done this where we've been talking a lot about SummerSlam, who's going to win King of the Ring, what's SummerSlam going to look like. We're going to start getting some answers tomorrow at Night of Champions. Okay, crowd are chanting toxic, 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 toxic. Okay, Matt Cardona in the corner. Okay, kicks coming in there by Los Garza. Toxic, toxic. Okay, on the outside, Kit Wilson is just wombling around. Same with The Miz. This reminds me a little bit of, do you remember when we had them flipping zombies in WWE? It was like Damian Priest against The Miz. And we had zombies as part of some sort of film tie-in. Reminds me a bit of that. Feel like I've got Kit Wilson and Miz just zombified on the outside. At the moment, Matt Cardona going into the barricades. He gets thrown back into the ring. Clothesline, Kit Wilson goes into the timekeeper's area. Someone's going to get hurt out here, says Michael Cole. Okay, the crowd are trying to get Danhausen in. They want to see Danhausen tagged in. Tag made, big pop. Inverted atomic drop there by Danhausen into a clothesline. Nice. Northern Lights. Clothesline there by Danhausen, and again over the other sides. He's going from corner to corner. Think he's getting a little bit out of breath. He's powering back up. I kind of like that. That's pretty fun. Moves out the way as Berto collides into Angel. 1, 2. Angel makes the save. Super kick. Matt Cardona goes down. You're going to pay for it. Okay, on the outsides. Grabbing a chair. We got Miz kind of trying to stop Angel. He's going to look to crack him with that chair, but Kit Wilson has grabbed it. Rough Rider on the outsides. Roll up by Danhausen. No, kick out. We're carrying on. Kick coming in there by Berto. Danhausen goes down. Boos for Berto. He's going up top. Sit up. Oh, here we go. You are cursed. Pyro goes off. Berto goes down. So the curse is going to cost Berto. Bang, and it does. And it does. Danhausen picks up the win. Ba, ba, ba. Guitar Crow said, to be honest, if this was AEW, we'd be pooping all over it. If this is AEW, we wouldn't be watching it. Miz on the outside then, still wandering rounds. Miz is walking very awkwardly, says Connor. I don't think he knows where he is. Danhausen and Matt Cardona win. Crowd were into that, says Jojo. Okay, Danhausen celebrating. Okay, we're backstage with Gunther. Get your thoughts in for that match. Oh, hang on. Are we confused? Because that's been up for 18 minutes. Yeah, I think I'm a bit confused here. That is the score for the Paige match. Your win-loss record against Cody is not that great. Okay, it's going to go down differently, and I'm going to tell him why tonight. There's Chelsea. She's got to take on Jade tonight. She doesn't want to go out there. Okay. Bang. Okay. Gunther's lost too much weight, says Empower Warren. He needs to start eating more carbs. He did have a great presence, I thought, when he had that sort of extra size. It's a difficult conversation, to be honest, because obviously you want people to be healthy and you want people to look after themselves and, you know, be in great shape. And it's kind of really hard to be down on him for doing those things. Because it's probably better for his heart and his life expectancy. But I think definitely his aura has took a hit. I mean, I was in the crowd when he made his debut in NXT UK and kind of arrived in WWE for the first time. And Gotta tell you, man, his aura when he came out with that music and that size and, you know, the way that he would carry himself, he kind of felt like someone really different, really significant, someone that absolutely could have thrived in the golden era. In fact, could have thrived in any era of WWE. It really felt like someone of true significance was here. And he still feels that way now, but I do agree that he's lost a bit of aura by losing some of that size. I think some of his booking has hurt as well. As we said, that Jay tapping out, I think, hurt. I think also maybe not having much of a build for WrestleMania. You know, he only had a couple of weeks because he was meant to be facing Ray. So I don't know what story they had planned there. In the end, he ends up facing Seth, which is great. That's obviously not a bad thing, but there wasn't much of a build. He was kind of absent quite a bit in that build to WrestleMania. And then, you know, some might say some of the shenanigans we've been doing recently as well, where he's not just, you know, gone in there and smashed Cody. So I think there's a few things that just feel like they still need to be worked out, but I don't think they're massive things, and I can see him getting a world championship sometime in the near future. James said, I really like Gunther and Ilya. Both feel legit. I think they do need more chances to prove themselves. Imagine if we do Gunther against Mason Rook, says Connor. Gunther always losing to Cody sucks, said Austin. They've wanted to run back the Gunther transformation with Mason Rook, said Shining Wizards. Yeah, I'd be concerned with that. That's why when people were going off on Mason Rook's size, I was a strong disagreement. Because I actually think Gunther's lost a bit of aura since losing a bit of size. And I think Mason stands out because of his size. I mean, that is what makes Mason Rook Mason Rook. If he was just slim, just another guy like all the others, I don't think he would really stand out. But because of his size and, you know, as a result, the agility he's got. I mean, he's not, thank you, WrestleRants, he's not chucking himself around like a Nathan Frazer or a Javon Evans. So he's never going to be as agile as one of those. But for his size, he's very agile. Okay, we've just got another Night of Champions video package right now. We're almost at the end of the second hour, which I'm a bit surprised at. I don't actually know what I haven't even thought about the thumbnail. I don't even know what my thumbnail is. At the moment, I'm thinking maybe Finn with Tama and Tala. And a new group question. Because I have got a question about whether they're all going to join forces. And Solo and LA, I think, will work together. But I don't think they're going to be a group. I do wonder about Tama, Tala, and Finn, though. I can't quite decide where that's going. If Gunther just showed his genitals in some revealing bicycle shorts, people would get behind him. Well, if he was showing off his genitals, I'd definitely want to be behind him so that I can't see. I wouldn't want to be in front of him. Daze, I feel as though Gunther and Ilya have both lost momentum to the point that I'm sure if they fight, which is crazy, I'm not sure if they'll ever fight, which is crazy. They're both on the same brand, not injured. I think they will. I think WWE know what they've got with that match. Like, we've done that match a couple of times in developmental. It always delivers. I think they will cross paths. I don't know if it's anytime soon, but I think they will cross paths. Empower Warren said another problem is WWE's cameras and lighting just makes everyone look smaller. You can see these people in person. They're a lot bigger and more defined. That's interesting. The lighting. Here's Chelsea. Chelsea then making her way down. She's got a smile on her face. She's going to be... She's going to be taking... Oh, there's a young Chelsea fan with the hat. Chelsea with a smile on her face, saluting out to the crowds. She's getting a good reaction. I mean, to be honest with you, I think they've seen maybe the reaction to Michael P.S. Hayes' comments from Unreal. And there was a real backlash to those comments when he sort of made out someone like Chelsea, you know, we're not really looking to get her to a title. And the fans were, you know, he kind of said the quiet part out loud and the fans didn't like it. And now we're seeing her come into, you know, it's a babyface version of her. She's coming to the rescue, to the aid of Tiffany. And it's kind of interesting. See where this goes. I think this the Secret Harvest thing had sort of run its course, you know. I'm all right with having a look at a different presentation for Chelsea. Jade making her way down. She wanted to get her hands on Chelsea. Chelsea a face now. Yeah, I think she's coming to the rescue of... She's coming down and coming to the rescue of Tiffany. She's not really, like, you know, doing anything heelish. She's just trying to... You know, and actually the way she came down, she was smiling at all the fans, saluting out to them. Here she is in a match with Jade. Jade just counting up her abs. She's got 6 of them, which is 10 more than me. Da-na-na-na. Okay, let's go. Chelsea in the ring. Jade with Chelsea slams her down. We got some Chelsea chants. Ooh. Big slap coming in. She slaps Jade and then salutes and quickly tries to run away. Clothesline. Down goes Chelsea to the outsides. Get up, says Jade. Charges over. She goes over the top. To the outside. Cross body there by Chelsea. Gets caught by Jade. And a throw. Kip up. Way too easy, says Jade. Okay, looks like we're going to go to commercial break again. And we do. So we're at commercial break. And, yeah, you know. Okay. Are Uruguay out? I don't know. I've not been keeping an eye on proceedings. I can see that Spain have picked up the win. I don't know where that means that Uruguay finish. Jade's a star, said Joshua. If only the Iconics are in WWE, them two teaming with Chelsea would be magic. Okay. Yeah. I could see that, actually. I think that could be pretty fun. SmackDown's finished for me now, says Bonkers. Yeah, if you just watch it straight through. It's only 2 hours if you don't have the USA Network commercials. People can't help themselves that need to spoil moments. Yeah, guys, kids, don't spoil stuff. In America, it's airing right now on USA Network, but with adverts. So There's still an hour to go. SmackDown finished for me. We've still got action, says Edwards. Piper Niven has said that she wants to return in-ring, but it's going to be a long way off, said Shining Wizards. Jim said, fun fact, Night of Champions is the first PLE that the Women's United States Championship is being defended on. Jim, hope you're doing well, buds. It's like bodybuilding competitions. The bodybuilders cover themselves with fake tan because the lights are so bright. It hides their definition. Hang on. So bodybuilders cover themselves in fake tan, but it can... Oh, I see what you're saying. So if they didn't do that, then the definition wouldn't stand out as much. And if you put fake tan on, then it kind of shows better. I thought, okay, I got you. I don't really understand the bodybuilding. That's going to come as a shock to you, what with me having this physique. But I don't really understand the bodybuilding world, so that's interesting. Fun fact, Solo's on his own, said Bonkers. Solo is Solo, living up to his name. I'm surprised Saudi didn't get 7-8 matches, since Great American Bash has got 7 matches, said Rapturous. Well, I'm not surprised, to be honest, because one of those matches is a speed match that's capped at 5 minutes. So, you know, it's kind of a match, but I don't know how much you would count it. And also, don't forget NXT is booked by Sean. So it's not booked by Triple H. So 5-6 matches for PLEs is what we've come to expect. A lot of the light-skinned bodybuilders use such a dark shade of fake tan. It looks ridiculous in pictures when they're off stage. Jim said Triple H is ticked that the whole episode of SmackDown got leaked. Yeah, I don't know if backstage segments got leaked. I don't know. I mean, I've just avoided all spoilers, so none of it was leaked for me. But I mean, like, the in-ring stuff's going to get out there. Of course it is. There's an idiot to think it wouldn't. I don't know if some of those backstage segments leaked out, but the in-ring was always going to leak. Daze, did USA Soccer team the other night? Did they what, Stanley? Win? They didn't win, if that's the question. We're at commercial break for those that are wondering. We've got about 50 odd minutes left to go for this episode. End of adverts. There we go. I knew it was coming up. Let's go. Okay, Jade in there with Chelsea and a choke slam. I thought this was bodybuilding day, said Bishop. I can understand why you would think that, Bishop. Who saw Supergirl today, says Mister. Is that your nickname for Jacy Jayne? Because if it is, I saw Jacy. She's my Supergirl. I think she's great. Shot coming in there by Chelsea. Over in the corner goes Chelsea. She's getting a bit manhandled here by Jade. Shots coming in there by Chelsea. Jade goes over. Chelsea in the corner. Jade in the other corner. Chelsea charging him. She goes up to the outsides. Shot coming in there by Chelsea. Chelsea climbing up. Oh, why are you wasting time? Yeah. Even Michael Cole said, worry about the storm, Chelsea. 1, 2. You're in a battle for your life here, girl. You're battling for your life. Okay, right now. Against the ropes. Big kick coming in. Okay, another big boot there by Jade. Looks like could be the beginning of the end. She's got her up, drives her down, turns her over. Jaded. Gets the job done, and it's not a long match. It's not a long match. Okay, the Danhausen match. You lot scored it as... Gotta tell you, man, the in-ring tonight, again, is just not it. Good 88. Why is the in-ring so atrocious? I mean, this match isn't long enough to really get any kind of decent score. Tiffany is coming down to Chelsea's aid this time, as is Alexa. Okay, B-Fab Michin in there as well. The baddies are in there. So there's just a big brawl right now. There's a big melee right now. Okay, Tiffany looks like she's going to get jaded. She does get jaded. That's a preview for Saturday, says Jade. There we go. Jade Cargill then. Victorious over Chelsea. We get some support coming down for Chelsea. And they all get murked as well. Okay, we're backstage with Solo. I'm into this story. I still can't quite tell where it's going. Sokoa. Oh, Solo. Oh, here's Royce. Are you going to help me like I helped you, says Solo to Royce. Good luck. I'm guessing that's a no. Are you going to help me? Well, good luck. Good luck, mate. Okay, preview of Night of Champions coming up next. I mean, it is a go-home show. We've got to do these things. Okay, oh, I've got adverts. Adverts! This is interesting, said Connor. Yeah, I kind of like the Solo thing because earlier in the show I was like, nah, I don't think they're really gone. And I'm still questioning if Tala and Tamara are really gone. I'm kind of hoping that they're really gone because I think we can do something so much more interesting. I think we can really do something a lot better for Solo. I sort of don't hate Solo, LA Knight, Royce Keys. It's kind of like I'm seeing the start of something interesting there. Oh, I got an advert for Supergirl. Is it any good? Supergirl. Did I like it? I don't know. Punk rock energy, apparently. Fierce. A total blast. What are we saying? What are the streets saying about Supergirl? Is it good? It was terrible. Oh. Thanks, Robbie. Oh, well, the trailer made it look all right. I'm watching while staying in a hotel. These commercials are killing me, said Christine. Christine, hello. Hope you're doing well. Yeah, I mean, you know, considering it's a taped go-home show, I do still feel like I got something from this show. I think the Solo stuff is interesting. I think Nathan and Fenix has been interesting. There's a lot of stuff here I could sort of do without. But the Solo stuff, like LA Knight with Solo, Tamatala leaving Tamatala with Finn, all of that has been okay. It's still, you know, the in-ring has still just not been good enough, though. Match scores tonight: good 90, good 90, good 89, good 88. And you're currently scoring Jade Chelsea. The only thing that's got a decent score is Nathan and Ray Fenix, which you lot said was great 57. This SmackDown feels painfully boring. I did like Fenix Frazer match. Outside of that, it's been a tough watch. A rare week where Raw, NXT, SmackDown all tanked in quality, says Big Time. The main takeaway from Supergirl is that it wasn't bad, but there wasn't anything really good to write home about. Okay, rapturous, thank you. Okay. If SmackDown is 3 hours minus adverts, it actually means 2 hours of the actual show. It means when SmackDown goes to 2 hours, does that mean we're only going to get 45 minutes? No, it'd be about an hour and 15 or an hour and 20, something like that. To be honest, it was 2 hours at the back end of last year, and the old episodes were getting uploaded onto Netflix, so you could see that it was around about an hour and 22, 20, something like that. So, yeah, there's going to be time took off for adverts. Of course there is. Patch NFT said it's decent. Okay. Decent. To be fair, to be frustrated at how most PLEs are capped at 4-5 matches, NXT have 5 or 6 matches, and they only have 2 hours. Is it fair to be frustrated? I don't think there's much difference. I really don't think there's much difference between an NXT PLE and a main roster PLE. I think that if you was to go back and look at NXT PLEs, they are 5 to 6, and I think that's true. It's not like NXT PLEs are 8, 9, 10 matches. They're 5 to 6, just like main roster PLEs. This one on Sunday is 7 because one of the matches is a speed match that goes 5 minutes. It's capped at 5 minutes, so I don't think there's a difference. I mean, what I would say is if you're going to get upset about NXT having one extra match, then I do think that's a bit petty, yeah. I could really understand if NXT was 8, 9, 10 matches, main roster was 5, 6. But that's just not what we're seeing. England have qualified for the round of 32. We did it. We have did it. Okay, we're just at a video package right now for Seth and Brom. Cape Verde have qualified, have they? Tears of joy. What a moment for Cape Verde. Just seeing their faces, tears of joy, tears of pride. It's incredible to see the reaction from the bench. No one would have dreamed that this could have happened. They managed to get here over the likes of Cameroon. Oh, yeah, no, Cameroon. It's hard to believe they get to the World Cup and then to do what they've done. Wow. Seems like the big story right now is that Cape Verde have got through to the next round and everyone is thrilled. Cape Verde have done it. They're through to the knockouts. Who are they going to face, though, in the knockouts? As it stands, their prize is to face Argentina. Why not, though? Do you know? If you're going to get knocked out, do you want to go out to flipping, I don't know, Australia? Or do you want to go out to Argentina? So, there we go. Perhaps they knocked Argentina out. Imagine that. Imagine that. Argentina, Messi gets sent packing by Cape Verde. So good. There we go. Well done to Cape Verde, says Connor. At the moment, we've got Night of Champions just being previewed. Don't forget, it's early. We are going to be back. I mean, I'm probably going to get 5 hours sleep, if that, between when I get to go to bed and when I've got to get up. Night of Champions is early. It's in Saudi Arabia. All the talent's already over there. This is obviously a tape show. Okay, we're backstage with Little Yachty and Trick. Congrats. You've got our full undivided attention, says Little Yachty. I'm bigger than you. I hit harder than you. I'm prettier than you. Night of Champions is going to be the night of Trick Williams. Let's talk about it. Oh, here's Giulia. London Zone. Welcome home. Welcome home. Welcome home. Giulia then making her way down. She's going to be taking on Kiana. I hope this is a good match. I mean, we could do with a good match. These two are definitely capable of a good match. Dun, 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 dun. Okay, there we go. She makes her way down. We go back to commercial break. And let's go. Come on, Kiana, said Connor. Trick is more than capable of speaking on his own. He doesn't need you. Go away, said Austin. If you get beat by a team that goes on to win, you can say that you're number 2, says Pat. Oh, I'm not sure it works that way. Does that mean if Argentina go on to win, Cape Verde can claim to be number 2? Oh, I don't think it works that way. But I would be okay with them running around and claiming that if they got knocked out by Argentina and Argentina went on to win it. Can the Vision please not get involved during Seth and Bron Breaker? Yeah, Vision, if you are watching, Connor's just got a message for you there. Brandon said, Supergirl was okay. It's about as good as the Masters of the Universe movie. Okay. The trailer for that looked all right as well. I mean, all trailers look good, to be honest. You know, if your trailer doesn't look very good, then your film's got to be atrocious. Because surely you just find the best stuff and put it in the trailer. So, yeah, Masters look pretty good in the trailer. Supergirl looks pretty good from the trailer. I hate Yachty's voice so much. That was a god-awful promo voice, which is why he was a good rapper. Stick to ghost writing. Austin said, Kiana is just average in the ring. I don't expect much out of this. But then again, she is good character-wise. Okay. We're at commercial break. Let me know when we're back. We should be coming back soon. I'm looking forward to all the cake in this match, said Mayor Pete. Daze, if you want a good scare, then you should watch Obsession, said Rapturous. I don't really do cinema, to be honest, or films, to be honest. I don't even really do TV shows so much anymore. I think my attention span is just absolutely destroyed. I'm so used to watching, like, flipping little YouTube videos, like 10 minutes long. Just, I'm not into, like, films. Kiana has got good ballistics, says that. Is that them? I think it's probably them, innit? Giulia is definitely gonna beat Kiana. Argentina and Cape Verde play later, says Edward. Is that a confirmed one? Because all of that keeps moving, doesn't it? Rapture said, my frustration is more about how NXT only has 2 hours each week to build to a PLE. The main roster has got 5 to 6 hours to build, but then we get the same amount of matches. Okay. I mean, I don't agree, but I can understand where you're coming from. Shining Wizard said, I can't think of where we would find time for TV or films. Robbie said, can the Kiwis beat Belgium and help Scotland? Is that what they need? I don't know what Scotland need. USA Bosnia matches next week. It's a minimum of $2,000 for a ticket. For those complaining about WWE prices. Oh, yeah. But lots of people complaining about those prices as well. I mean, this is what the market does. You know, people, they push ticket prices up because they're like, well, the football's doing it. The wrestling's doing it. UFC's doing it. You know, it's just where the market is. Yeah, but the market doesn't have to be there, does it? It's kind of like they're all using each other as justification. It's a little bit like if every cheese company increased their prices by 50%. They'd be like, yeah, but like cheddar's gone up 50%, so that means brie can go up 50%. Yeah, but it doesn't have to go up by 50%, does it? You're only doing it because they've done it. Okay, here's Giulia then in the ring. What are the 3 scariest movies that you've watched? When I was young, Nightmare on Elm Street probably freaked me out the most. I've never been bothered by The Exorcist. Even when I was a kid, it just didn't bother me. I was not. I don't know. I don't know why. People say it's like one of the scariest films. I was way more bothered by Nightmare on Elm Street. Way more bothered. Exorcist just didn't really do it, to be honest. Blair Witch I thought was excellent. I'd probably put that up there actually. It's because it's so psychological and so slow and it's all just like noises, and that the finish is really good. I like how it ends. So those 2 come to mind. And maybe, I don't know, actually. There's a few that are kind of in the next bracket down. Love Texas Chainsaw Man. I just love that film. I think it's a great film. So Halloween was good. Friday the 13th, of course, was good. Yeah, I don't know. I think those 2 are the 2 that I feel most confident with. Friday. Nightmare on Elm Street, number 1. Definitely number 1. Shot coming in there by Kiana. We're underway with this one. Paranormal Activity. It's maybe a little bit old for that, for it to like be really scary, but I love the series. It's one of my favorite horror film series, so it's very good. Yeah, I don't know that I put it in my top 3 scariest, but like as a series that I've enjoyed, that's definitely in the mix. Same as Saw, actually. Saw isn't scary. It's more just gory, kind of like the situations he puts them in. That's another great series. Elbow drop there by Kiana, but Giulia didn't get back in the ring. She jumps back up again. People sharing their favorite horror film. Okay, right now, Giulia going for a kick. We've had lots of matches tonight, by the way. Another kick coming in there by Giulia. She's grabbing Kiana. Goes back again with another kick. Against the ropes goes Giulia. Drop kick. Standing drop kick. 1. Just a 1 count. Just a 1 count. Giulia with Kiana trying to pick her up. Kiana on her feet. Kick to the midsection. Giulia grabs it. Headbutt there by Giulia. Kiana goes to the outside. Crowd quite quiet for this one. I'm going to end the poll for our last match, so again, I don't get confused. Trying to stomp away. Scooped up. My God, the in-ring is so bad tonight. Jade, Chelsea, good 87. Giulia goes into those ring steps. Oh my God, we're back at commercial again. Is it just me? All these commercials come in like thick and fast now. I feel like they've absolutely stacked the back end of this show with commercials. Okay, commercial break again. My favourite horror show is SmackDown in 2026. Said Brony. Yeah, Brony. I think you've called it there, but you've done a great job. I think that's my favourite horror show as well. William said, I kind of never gave a shiz after being scared of that movie. I was scared of the It series. Okay. It was the one for you, was it? Final Destination says Lucky L. Good series. The commercials are out of hand, said WrestleRants. SlamX, hello. Shout out to you. Hope you're doing well, buds. SmackDown in 2026 sounds terrifying. Yeah. That is one of the best horror shows, I think. Well, I say best. I'm using best quite loosely. I mean, the in-ring tonight has been very poor. As we said, good 90, good 90, good 89, good 88, good 87. I've kind of got some hopes this... I'm guessing this is our main event because we've still got the Cody segment to come, of course. So I'd imagine they're going to give that some time. So I'm guessing this is our main event. So I'm sort of hoping when we get back from this commercial break, it's going to do a bit of cooking. But not at the moment. Slamex said, I'm doing well. I'm just boiling. Oh, it's roasting, innit? Do you know, I'm quite lucky because I'm in a basement, like you would imagine. What with me being a virgin and everything, this is where I live. So it's actually nice and cool down here. But whenever I go upstairs, it is flipping stifling in the UK at the moment. Being in attendance was a lot more fun than watching it right now. Oh, was you there? Slamex, shout out to you. So it was better whilst like you was actually there. I can believe that though. I mean, it is a different experience if you're actually in attendance. You kind of, you've got the people around you, the energy, the chanting, the reacting. There's that feeling of knowing that the wrestling world is going to be watching what you are watching, and there's just, you know what I mean? Plus also to see people performing live kind of hits different, So I can understand that. Those are some great B-film horror movies. The Banana Splits movie was good, said Pretty Girl. That had a really nice gory scene in it. I've not seen that. I think I saw a trailer for it though. The crowd sounded a lot louder than they do on TV for Raw, but SmackDown was kind of like a dull crowd. Yeah, I must admit that it is coming across as like people were saying that there was like a fair few empty seats. So it is kind of coming across like it's not a full loud crowd. But I don't know. This was the same night as the England-Ghana game, so I think I'm going to blame that. Restaurant said we're back. Thank you, buds. Here we go then. We're back. So we are back. We've got Kiana in the ring. We got Giulia in the ring. Both women are down. And shot coming in, forearm shot coming in there by Kiana. Another forearm shot coming back there by Giulia. Giulia going over against the ropes. These two exchanging blows at the moment. There's nothing on SmackDown that I enjoy, said Brony, which is why I've not watched it in a couple of months. Trick got ruined being paired with Little Yachty. He was probably my favourite. I'm split on Little Yachty. As I said, like, for me, the line gets crossed when they have matches. Like, that's where I'm not interested. I don't know. I can't decide. Him hanging around with a celebrity and being close friends with a celebrity probably raises Trick's profile to those that didn't watch him so much in NXT. But I don't know. Do we need to do as much of it? I'm not sure. I think people would be a little split on it at the moment. Although seemingly not in this chat. But listen, if you're enjoying it, enjoy it. If not, don't worry about it. There's way worse things happening at the moment. The in-ring being one of them. There's a big boot there by Giulia. Winnie the Pooh, Blood and Honey, said Spawny Boy. Yeah, that was wild, wasn't it? The fact that that's trademark or copyright, whatever, expired, and people could start doing whatever they wanted with it. I think the same happened to Steamboat Willie, didn't it? Like the OG Mickey Mouse. I'm surprised there's not been a horror film involving that. I wonder if Disney could somehow find a way of shutting it down. Why can't Disney? I don't even understand why Disney can't re-copyright it, you know, to protect it. Anyway, I'm not here to talk about Willies. We're here to talk about Giulia and Kiana, as Kiana's in control. She's grabbing Giulia, looking for a oh no, Falcon Arrow. Thought she was going for a suplex there, but we have done a Falcon Arrow instead. Kick out there by Giulia. Kiana down on her knees. The thing is, Trick doesn't need Yachty. Trick has got charisma. He can talk on the mic. The crowd love him. There are some creepy pastas about Mickey Mouse. Oh, what? People have done like pasta in the shape of Mickey Mouse. It's pretty fun. Whoa, look at that. 1, 2. Powerbomb, but Giulia kicks out. Kiana looking a little bit crazed in her eyes there. She's grabbing Giulia. Yeah. Corey just speaks about the look in the eyes of Giulia, of Kiana. It's quiet, man. It's quiet. We've got no chanting going on, no cheering. I suppose we haven't really done much to build Giulia as a babyface, so... Giulia... Oh. A sunset flip, Bob. Giulia down. Kiana down. Is she gonna... She's bridging up. She's using the ropes to get up. I thought she was gonna kip up. She charges over. Knee strike. She's got Kiana. Picks her up. Oh! Blimey now. A Northern Lights bomb? That looks sick, actually. Woof. A Northern Lights bomb for Giulia gives Giulia the win. Gotta be honest, it was not the banger I was looking for, but I do like that finish. I do like that finish. Yeah, how long we got? We got just over 20 minutes. I mean, by the time we do all the flipping entrances and everything, I think that's that. It's going to definitely be our last match, that. Okie dokie. On we go. Let's get your score in for that match. What did you think about that match? Ooh, Blake! Blake's here! Blake arrives! Blake unloading on... Giulia. Wow, there we go. That's good, actually. They didn't say she'd be here this week. It was just coming soon, coming soon. But there we go. I don't know. Were they on the same page for that move then? I'm not sure. But Blake planting Giulia. There we go. Blake arrives to the main roster in London. And it's not an overwhelming reaction again, is it? It's not an overwhelming reaction for Blake. It's kind of like, yeah. Okay, Cody coming up next. Do you know what that means? Commercial break! Yeah! Oh, I've got adverts though. Okay, more commercial break. There is a Steamboat horror movie. There's a Popeye horror movie. Oh, well, I've completely missed those. Completely missed those. Okay. Daze Giulia has it rough on the main roster. Her style isn't meshing with a lot of talent. The crowd is dead. We've tried 2 US title runs. How do we dig her out of this hole? Oh, it's easy. You just need to put her in a really good feud. You need to make sure that she gets that connection with the audience. I mean, she's kind of had Giulia do the talking for her. She's been in a heel tag team. A heel turning on a heel. Have we really built Giulia up to be like a beloved babyface? I don't think we have. I don't think we've built her up to be a beloved babyface. So, you know, your average casual fan is watching this and are just like, not bothered. I mean, I think that the match was a bit underwhelming there. It felt a little bit slow. It felt like the chemistry wasn't quite there. Dare I say that that is as a result of them not doing live events. Have they even been doing live events against each other? I'm not sure. But definitely felt like the chemistry wasn't quite right. I mean, look, Giulia's one of the great women's wrestlers. I mean, there was so much excitement when she came in. She has done brilliant work over in Japan. Some of the stuff she was doing in NXT was well received. I just don't think we've got that connection with the audience yet. And putting a belt on someone ain't going to do it. Putting a belt on someone that doesn't get a connection with the audience. It just makes that person the champion. So this is why just putting belts on people is not some magical shortcut. Otherwise, we'd just put the belt on Bron Breakker and not worry about building him. Do you know what I mean? If putting the belt on someone was some magical trick that just got them over and got that connection with the audience, we wouldn't have to worry, would we, about booking people correctly? We'd just put belts on them and, well, look, they're over. So putting a belt on Giulia didn't mean shiz. We said that at the time. So this is why I'm not a fan of rushing people to belts. It's not some magic shortcut. So I agree. The way she's been booked has not been very good on the main roster. The only thing we can say is she's away from Kiana now. I don't know if how long this feud's going to go for. And just got to work on that connection with the fans. And there's lots of ways that you can do that. You can use social media for that. You can use some good feuds for that. She needs to get a good few matches under her belt, though. This match won't have really changed many opinions. Has there ever been any Rhea updates on the injury? Not that I've seen. We know that obviously she was meant to be at Night of Champions. I don't know if they're just waiting to get Night of Champions out of the way and then see how the land lies. But the last I heard was that some plans had changed. Some things were being moved around now, just in case. So I don't know what's affected that, but yeah, I haven't seen anything yet. We don't know if Stephanie or Rhea are going to be back by SummerSlam. Giulia is like the best women's wrestler in WWE, says Process. Yeah, they've just got to find the way of showcasing that, you know? I wonder if like open challenges would do it. I mean, she could just face people week after week after week and just put on great matches and take the Carmelo Hayes approach. Restaurant said, I'm going to stick to my guns. I just don't see Mariah May as a player in the division. I thought her NXT run was horrendous, but the IWC love to say, let her cook. Okay, yeah. I would agree that she is not hitting the same way as when she was in that. Her best feud is still the Toni Storm feud in AEW. We have not got to those levels. So, but we know that she is capable of that. So I think this is why people are like, no, let her get settled, let her cook. We know what she can do, you know. We're back. Oh, I've missed that bit. We're back. Okay, Cody is making his way down. So I have got 17:15 left. I wonder, are we just going to go straight through now then? Because that's probably about the same. That's probably enough to see me through. We've got Cody coming out. I don't see anything special about Blake in NXT either, said Spawny Boy. Triple A said, are we going to do a predictions video? No. Definitely no. Well, we'll go through it just before. It'll give us a chance to go through it before the show starts, so. Siang said, I feel like Giulia could use an on-screen friendship with EO. She could be a mentor for Giulia, maybe even form a tag team. Yeah. I don't know how much of an appetite people would have for that because of the fact that Giulia has just been in a tag team. EO has just been in a tag team. So do we want to put them both back into tag teams? But it's definitely an option. It's definitely on the table. Okay, Cody is making his way down to the ring. Wow. CM Punk's made an interesting comment. CM Punk was asked if he's going to be appearing at an upcoming CFFC event. He said, is that on a Friday? I'm not sure I can make it. I wonder if that's why he's upset. I wonder if he wants to work Mondays so that he can do the CFFC show on a Friday. I wonder if that's where there's a bit of a disagreement. He wants to do both. That's interesting. I hadn't thought about that. He used to do commentary for CFFC. And it looks like it's something he's getting back into. Okay, Cody has made his way down. Okay, Cody in the ring. Holds up that championship. Is this going to be... What are we going to do here? Is this going to be good? What do you want to talk about? Okay, Sammy is interrupted. Sammy is coming out. Giulia and Blake had a banger in Stardom, says Robbie. Colin said he wanted to come back to Raw in Chicago, but apparently that's not happening now, says Colin. Okay, Sammy is making his way out, but he's cutting a promo in the entranceway. Yep. Thank you to all my Ride or Die fans. Got you, Bo. Ride or die. Ride or die. Ride or die. As a friend? Okay, here we go. As a friend, I need to say this to you. Last week. Oh, he regrets how some of it went down last week. I'm a good guy. I might have been provoked. Is the last real good guy. Okay, so Sammy has got regrets. It was a mistake. He's such a good guy. I love it. That takes balls. I need you to know this isn't how I wanted it. Enough. This whole victim cards. You're not a victim. You're exhausting. You're not a victim. You're exhausting. Oh. Where's that come from? Oof. Oh, that's low. That's low as well. Cody can't get his head around why Sammy is friends with Kevin. Oh, that's got him really irate. We're going low. If it wasn't for me, Gunther would be champ right now. Oh, this is good, isn't it? Look at Sammy and the way he's delivering these lines. Wow. Good. I love how Sammy was delivering those lines. The intensity that he kind of delivers and puts into it. This is why we're ride or die. This is why we're ride or die. Gunther making his way down to the ring. Kevin was undisputed champion. Universal champion. Where was your thoughts on Cody mentioning Kevin? I don't really have any thoughts. I just think that it's interesting that he's kind of saying, you know, you're friends with someone that, you know, will stab me in the front, someone that can get the job done. You stab me in the back and you can't get it done. I mean, I just think it's a really good promo line. Okay, Gunther comes down and says he doesn't care. I just want to win what's rightfully mine. If Sammy hadn't screwed me, I would be champ right now, says Gunther, and you know it. I kind of like this segment, you know, by the way. You've never been WWE champion and you never will be. You're a non-factor to me, Sammy. It does feel like Daddy has just come in the ring, doesn't it? With Gunther putting both Sammy and Cody on notice. Okay, Jay's coming out. Jay's coming out. I tell you what, London's woke up. London's yeeting. Okay, London's showing Jay a bit of love, but I swear they booed him when they showed him earlier. Jay making his way down to the ring. He's got plenty to say to all of these. It's a lot of very explosive elements, isn't there? Feel like we've got a naked flame. We've got some gasoline. We've got some fire lighters. We've got some fireworks. We've got a lot of combustible materials. All meeting up in the ring here. Okay, Jay in the ring then. 5 minutes left, said Edwards. I need a serious Jay, said Joshua. Well, let's see. He's got the yeet glasses on. Crowd are asking him to run it back. There is a dude in the front row going, no, 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 like that. Okay, Gunther shut it down. Gunther shut it down. Ain't no one like yeeting with you anyway, says Jay. Okay. If he's getting it, you're getting it too. Pow, pow. Jay's firing out shots. Pow, pow, pow. You don't get a warning shot. Here's the you tapped out chance. I tapped your ass out like a little. Shots coming in. Cody. We said this was going to be explosive. It is explosive. Big brawl. Bang. Okay, we got Cody in there with Jay. We got Sammy on the outside. We got Gunther on the outsides. We got 3 minutes left to go. The fans. I can hear some Ober chants. Cody, Jay, lights have gone out. I think this London crowd are going to get what they were hoping for. The other man that's in the final of the King of the Ring. The ruler. Ober. Femi. Look at this. Let's go. Yeah, that's nice. What the hell's he going to do? He's only got 2 minutes. To be honest, he could murk everyone in this goddamn arena in that time. There we go. London, please. Can you do the strut? We're obviously not cutting... Oh, we are cutting. Okay. He's making his way down. Why do the fans always look silly doing that? They don't commit to it, which is really weird. It's kind of like they're like, you know, just sort of like, to be honest, even he's not committing to it at the moment. There's a dude in the front row. I'm not lying. He's going, how do you get this wrong? How do you get this? When have you seen Ober come down doing that? Why are people watching? I swear to God, people watch a different show to me. How can Ober come down and you're like... Blimey, no. Oba has made his way down. Standing on the edge of the ring, looking over at Jade. Jade delivers the super kick to Cody. Cody goes down. Jay, Oba. Bang, clothesline there by Gunther. Oh, Oba, Gunther. I mean, that's a direction, isn't it? All these people staring at each other. This thing could flipping go anyway. Now, Sammy nails Gunther. Sammy looks at the belt. He looks at Oba. Now, Cody's in. Crossroads. Cody going for the belt. Grabs the belt. He's probably going to look at Oba now. Oba stands, though. In the ring. Is this a glimpse of where we're going? Oba in the ring, looking at Cody. Cody with that championship. Is this a glimpse of SummerSlam? Could this be a direction that we go? Oba has got to be favourite when it comes to King of the Ring. I think Cody's favourite when it comes to the triple threat. This is a direction. It's actually a direction we have not spoke about much. I think the general feeling is that Jay will get the job done, maybe thanks to Brock, Jacob, Bloodline, outside interference, but Oba can absolutely win. Cody can absolutely win. I've got Cody as favourite. That could be the matchup. That could be the matchup. Gunther, Oba is the kind of stuff that gives me chills, said Rapturous. The thing with Vince was he had the gimmick of pay-per-view like Night of Champions showcasing the titles, but tomorrow not even half of active titles are on the line. Thoughts? Well, I don't think you need every belt being defended. It's not so much the fact that not every belt's being defended that bothers me. Because I don't really care about a show having like 10 matches or whatever. But I do find Seth and Braun not being for a championship at all, being on that card, a little strange. So, I don't know. I think people have got their own little quirks with it. But the card is what it is. I think it's a decent card. And looking forward to seeing how it goes down. And actually, you know, that we'll put a little poll up there, see what you lot thought about that finish. But to be honest with you, seeing all those different combinations just kind of hammers home how interesting this story is. I mean, there's lots of different ways this thing can go, and we're going to get big, big answers after tomorrow, or not even tomorrow. I mean, at this point, it's probably like 12 hours away. But we're going to get big, big answers about what some... So, yeah, I think they've done a good job of, like, teasing a few different directions that it can go. And, yeah, I'm looking forward to getting some answers. I think the time for talking is done. I'm looking forward to seeing what it is that WWE have planned. What is the direction that we're going to head in? Right. It's a 10 out of 10 show for me, says James. Did I do the poll for that segment? I don't think I did I? Or did I? Let's get a segment score, and then we'll do the breakdown. Bang. 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 Okay. Trini, hello. Hope you're doing well. Pain is my companion today. I'm sorry to hear that, Trini. Hope you feel better by the time we get round to Night of Champions. So, Trini, shout out to you. Shining Wizard said we're not going to get any answers for maybe 2 years. Oh, well. I'm hoping for some answers later today. Daze, shoving Blake into a feud with Giulia, who's trying to gain momentum. And with a crowd, how does Blake benefit? Building her heat over someone who's getting little crowd noise. Well, I think it just gets... Well, first of all, it gets them both on the show. You've got a heel and babyface dynamic. I think it's a bit questionable, not so much about Blake going after Giulia. It's a bit questionable for Giulia because I feel like both of these women need a win. Are you really going to have Blake lose considering she's only just arrived? I don't know. I mean, for her to start a feud and lose seems not like quite the smartest thing to do. So that must mean that Giulia's losing, but that doesn't seem like the smart thing to do. To be honest with you, I'm not so worried about the fact that Giulia is not getting much reaction because she can use this feud with Blake to start getting a reaction. The crowd can start warming to Giulia because of Blake's actions, so that's fine. But who wins? Because they both need to win. I'm thinking it's the babyface. I'm thinking it's Giulia that's going to... But then that means Blake suffers a loss right out the gates. I don't know. Booking it, I think, is going to be a nightmare. That would be my concern. It was a standard go-home show, said Shining Wizard. I think it's like a 6.5. Nowhere near as bad as the unavoidable spoilers suggested. Empire said, sorry to hear that, Trini. I've suffered from nerve pain as well. I got a steroid booster, said Trini, to the vertebrae today. I should have some relief soon. Oh, that's good. That's good. If it's Night of Champion, it should be just all championship matches, says Brandon. Okay, I think we're up to date with those days. Can we imagine if Jericho came back? He could tell Yachty, would you please shut the hell up? He could. He could. We thought we were going to get him, didn't we, at one point not long ago? Kind of felt like he was going to make his presence felt. Right. SlamX just put a tweet up saying if you've just watched SmackDown and you'd like to see the dark matches, he's got them on his channel. So you can go to his channel and check out the full dark match. Apparently they did Oba and Seth against The Vision as a dark match. Daze, I wouldn't say this show is a disaster. Do we think the pacing was bad? I didn't think it was too bad because we got a lot of stuff in. We did 1, 2, 3, 4. No. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. We did 6 matches. So we did 6 matches. So I wouldn't really say anything outstayed its welcome. We did a Cody segment. We did an LA Knight segment. We did a Trick segment. And then you had backstage stuff as well. So, I mean, I think the big criticism I would have for this show is the match quality is just not good enough. That's my big criticism. Scores of good 90, good 90, good 89, good 88, good 87, good 91. You can't tell me that's acceptable. You know, I'm looking at Giulia, Kiana to give me something really... I mean, it's not impossible. Nathan Frazer, Ray Fenix did it. They gave us a match you lot said was great 57. So it's not impossible. It is possible. There is no excuse as to why these matches are good 87, good 88, good 89. There is something fundamentally wrong there. I mean, it's straight across the board as well. It's most matches, most weeks. It's that would say to me that either producers have got this wrong or, I don't know, something's really off. There's a big red flag there. Because if we had a few banger matches tonight, I think that would have really helped. I thought the Cody segment at the end was not bad. LA Knight and Solo was not that long, and it was quite intriguing because we could be building to Solo, LA Knight, and Royce Keys as a group. And I'm very interested in that. I thought that little backstage thing with Finn, Tama, and Tala was not bad, because, again, that could be a new group. There wasn't loads backstage on this one, but there was a few bits there that I didn't mind. But I think the Solo thing was quite interesting. But no, my big criticism, I think, is the flipping match quality. My prediction, Seth Braun are going to draw from both feet falling at the same time. Io's going to beat Liv. Femi is going to squash Jay. Tiffany is going to defeat Jade. King of Saudi does promo with Danhausen. And then Gunther is going to win due to Johnny Gargano interference. Big Time said, both Kiana and Giulia need the match to cook after a big blow-off. It just felt a bit like a lead balloon. The opportunities don't come round often. Maybe chemistry and producers messing it up. Yeah, I mean, I think that's a big concern because I think you're right. I mean, we give Triple H a lot of grief for stories and booking and decisions, creative decisions. But the truth is, we put Giulia and Kiana, we told the backstory, and it led to a match. And that match went down tonight. And what we got in the ring, just, you lot scored it as good 91. 58% of you said it was good okay. 9% said it was bad. Actually bad. Only 28% said it was great. So, you know, you kind of look at that and go, really, that's not Triple H. That's them going out there and just not finding the right chemistry. That's just them not putting in the great performance. Is it like a house shows, which is the chemistry side? Is there something to do with the producers that are producing more for TV than just letting them cook? Is it overproduced? Is the talent feeling stifled? You know, do you just let them cook? Just let them go out there and perform? I don't know, man. If I'm Triple H, this is a big red flag to me. I mean, I'm looking at, like, Paige and Jacy. As I said, to me, that's like... Okay, it wasn't for a championship, but I'm looking at them two being from two different generations. Paige being from that 2013, 2014 era. Jacy being 2015, 2016. This is a match not long ago I never expected I would see. They're in the ring against each other. Cook, give me the best thing you've got. There is no guarantee we're doing a singles match between these two at a PLE at any time. So this, you never know. Who knows? I don't know what the future's going to hold, but I don't know that they share a ring again in a singles match ever. So Cook, go out there and put in a great performance. And it was okay. And then at the end, I thought it got a bit sloppy. You lot scored it good 89. I might have been a little bit above that, maybe good 92. But again, you know, how is this not hitting good 98 or even just flicking into great? I can't blame Triple H for that. The only thing I can blame him for is that there is an issue, and there's been an issue for quite a while, and he is not fixing it. That's what I can blame him for, is the fact that we're sat here week after week after week looking at SmackDown match scores from you guys that you voted, where you're saying this is not good enough, and you're not alone. If you click on Cage Match, or you look at the scores from like 411 Mania, they're all saying the same. They're saying the matches aren't good enough. I think WWE themselves have acknowledged there's an issue with matches, hence why they started to do more house shows. So even they're aware that there's an issue, and maybe the solution, the fix is the house shows, and maybe it's just going to take a bit of time for that to sort of show itself when it comes to match quality. But yeah, that's the head scratcher for me. Mainly because I don't know what's gone wrong. I don't know where it's going wrong. I don't have the answer. I would need to be speaking to the wrestlers. If I work for WWE, if I'm Triple H, I'm speaking to the producers. I know there's a problem. I've identified that. But I can't figure out the solution until the wrestlers tell me what's going wrong, right? Until they tell me why, you know, these matches are scoring so low, or they're just not grabbing people. I mean, the crowd are just sat there quiet during large parts of these matches. It's not grabbing them. It's not grabbing them. I know WWE doesn't worry too much about in-ring. I understand that. I understand WWE as sports entertainment more so than, you know, a pro wrestling company. But, no, this isn't right. This isn't right. This isn't... No one should look at this and go, that'll do. No. It needs to be better than this. So it was a go home. We can sort of forgive it. It's a tape show. We can sort of forgive it. But yeah, definitely, like most weeks, much room for improvement. But I don't know that it's the pacing. I think for me, we've managed to fit a lot into this show. 6 matches, couple of promo segments, backstage stuff. I think there's a lot that we put in. But that match quality, man, it's just not showing any signs of improvement at the moment. Right, I need to get this breakdown done, haven't I? And I've not even done a thumbnail or anything yet. So I think what I might have to do is just get the stream up, worry about the thumbnail after. But let's get these thoughts all over there. So you lot said that final segment was... Oh, it's really close, though. Look at that. Good 43, great 40. So you thought it was really on the edge between those two. So you didn't hate that final segment. And I agree. I think it was pretty fun. I thought the Kevin Owens lines were pretty good. Oba coming out. Lots of... stare downs between people. I mean, it was really just to set up tomorrow. So I agree. I thought that it was not bad, but there we go. You know, I mean, that's kind of what I'm going to say in the breakdown is fine. Go home. There was bits in there. Probably still not as bad as the SmackDowns we were getting before WrestleMania. But yeah. Big thank you to everyone joining us. We will completely forget about this show by the time we actually get to Night of Champions. I just really hope that's going to have some good matches in it. Hopefully that can deliver on that front. It's going to be an unmissable show, Night of Champions. We're going to be live 4 hours before it starts. 2-hour countdown show. We start 2 hours before that, so I'm going to go and do the breakdown. Then I've got an opinions video. That Night of Champions stream will be up very soon as well, but don't get caught sleeping. Literally, it is on early tomorrow because we're over in Saudi Arabia. So thanks for joining. Appreciate it as always. I'll see you in a moment for the breakdown.